and welcome to the final day of the Red Dragon Poker Championship. This event has had 997 entries in a grand prize pool of over 2.1 billion won. We are now down to the 9 final contestants, and today's winner is going to be taking home 360 million won. Let's introduce our final 9 contestants for the title.
感谢我们赛事总监 Fernando 的开场致辞。
Thank you, Fernando.
接下来，让我们用热烈的掌声欢迎我们的1号到9号位的选手陆续入场。首先是1号位陈冠宇。
Please welcome seed number 1, Chen Guanyu. This tournament is about to set a new career record for him.
接下来欢迎2号位孙云峰。5年牌龄，是神秘赏金赛狂热爱好者。
And next, please welcome seed number 2, Sun Yunfeng.
接下来欢迎3号位倪叶鹏，职业是老师，今天在赛场上展现了知识就是力量。
Next, please welcome seed number 3, Yi Yepeng. By day, he's an educator, but by night, he's a poker player. This teacher is going to be proving knowledge is power.
接下来欢迎4号位 Marcus Law， 来自澳洲，本次主赛决赛桌上最年轻的选手。
And next, please welcome seed number 4, Marcus Law from Australia. He is the youngest player at our final table, proving age is just a number when it comes to poker skills.
接下来欢迎5号位何俊杰，本次场上的计分牌领先者。
Next, please welcome seed number 5, He Junjie, our current final table chip leader.
接下来欢迎6号位洪思树，工作是电影制作人，这次要做决赛桌的男主角。
And next, please welcome seed number 6, Peng Sishu. This filmmaker is ready for his final table close-up.
接下来欢迎7号位黄胜发，一名德州扑克保险经纪人，首次来到红龙杯的现场，欢迎。
And next, please welcome seed number 7, Huang Shenfa, a poker insurance broker experiencing his first RDPT.
接下来欢迎8号位张承旭，红龙战队队员和豪客赛女王。
Next, please welcome seed number 8, Zhang Chenshu, from Team Red Dragon and known as the Queen of High Roller by achievement.
接下来欢迎9号位于家鹏，刚接触扑克，刚好扑克偶像就是场上玩家张承旭。
And last but not least, seed number 9, we have Yu Jiabong, just starting his poker journey and now finds himself across the table from his idol Zhang Chenshu. The stage is now yours, players.
比赛正式开始，祝各位玩家顺利好运。
Hey, thanks, man.
成功了。
Nice.
直接手心冒汗，我大流汗，
是不是？
Alrighty, ladies and gents, this is the big one. Welcome to this Day 4 coverage of your Red Dragon Championship, your main event, and here we are, final table, final 9 players now. And as we just saw there, the amazing Stanley and Nike welcoming these final 9 players up to the stage individually, putting these guys in the spotlight because, of course, 997 runners in this main event. It's not every day you make it to the top 1%. It's not every day that you advance and finally reach this final table. But lucky for these 9, they are here and they now are in with a chance of taking down this Red Dragon Championship main event trophy. We have the wonderful Tipsy here, the Taiwanese dealer, to get the action started for us. And of course, we do have a lovely lady at the table, Mrs. Chang as well, representing Team Red Dragon. And now I'd just like to get myself a little bit fixed up here, settled in, because myself, Grant Gardner, and the Aussie legend, Mr. Jordan Bromley, very, very blessed to be covering the coverage of this one today until we have a champion. Sir Jordan Bromley, how are we doing in the land of Oz, sir?
How are we doing, Grant? Sorry, my mic was muted then. I didn't quite realize. Thank you so much for the introduction. Hope you've had a great morning. Hope you are nicely caffeinated and ready for a fantastic long stream. These guys are getting their chips unpacked. We'll get into exactly what the chip denominations are there. But for starters, Grant, 997 entered, 9 remaining. It's going to be a hell of a battle.
Yeah, absolutely, my friend. We're in the best seats in the house here for sure. Getting to call the action, but like you said, this one's going to be an intense battle in these main event fields. Normally the cream rises to the crop, and so therefore we can expect some talented, skilled poker players to be in our presence today, and that's only going to make for more action, more exciting hands to be seen, and we will very shortly be able to see which of these guys have been doing their study when it comes to ICM. Who knows how to play these final tables, and how do they differentiate to the normal meta game when ICM isn't such a huge factor with many, many players remaining. So we'll be able to see that today, see who makes the necessary adjustments, see who came with the GTO wizard stored in their pocket.
Yeah, and it's going to be very interesting to see how He Junji plays this one. Chip leader in seat number 5. Has probably the best seat in the house as well. Marcus Law second in chips on his direct right. So we're going to have to see how the pressure is applied there. I know for a fact there's going to be plenty of fans of Marcus in the chat. We've already seen some people. We've got Sanan and Jay Lin in the YouTube streets cheering on this guy from Melbourne, I believe, saying his favorite player is Portonomous, which I know for a fact is Puntonomous, Anton Liu. So hope you guys are enjoying the coverage as we get things kicked off here. Peng Si-Shu looks like he's going to get things opening with the Jack-9 suited. No. Back to how he was playing yesterday. Relatively tight from most positions. Does have 20 big blinds. Folding around to Huang. Letting it go.
Yeah, Marcus is the biggest cutie indeed. Shout out to all Marcus's fans on the rail. And Jordan, I see something in the top left of my screen there, sir. 2 very handsome gentlemen. The top left of your screen there. Wow, we are blessed.
Most definitely. We've got the cameras out today. Hope you guys enjoy that. Sneaking up on the top left. We've had to make a couple of arrangements to make sure that all worked out very nicely. And finally get to put some faces to the voices that you guys have been hearing for the last 10 days. I'll do my best to try and adjust the cameras.
Absolutely. We're getting word from the production team right now. We'll try our best here, guys. Working with what we've got. Now let's see who is going to be the one here to put the pressure on their opponents. Who's going to try and take that role of table captain early on. And I'm pretty sure Marcus strikes to mind. Yesterday we saw him very aggressive, opening up lots of pots with wide holdings. And of course, now final table, we expect the same, surely, Jordan.
Oh, definitely. Made some very, very aggressive plays against these guys. Put some people in the literal and physical blender. I know for a fact a lot of these guys aren't going to be very happy if he gets a run on early. A lot of the people in the chat were stoked to see him pulling out all the stops yesterday. So going to have to see how his crowd rallies behind him. If you guys aren't cheering on Marcus, because it's the only name I'm seeing so far, let us know who you want to see win this one in the YouTube and Facebook chats. We've got them both open at the moment.
Absolutely, as we do see the man himself here, blind v blind action, folding to Marcus in the small blind here. Blind 75k, 150k. So Marcus's stack of 8 million here, round about 55 big blinds. And of course, he has to play very cautiously here. Has Junji on his direct left, who hasn't covered here. So semi-handcuffed. And oh, interesting. We are going to see Junji here take one of your favorite hands, Jordan, and go for the ISO.
Flat tire taking it up to 500k, and I like this isolation with these hands. Really just want to kind of take the pot down now. We know it's not going to play very well post, and with the 3 big blinds that are dead already, ISOing it to try and win the pot immediately is a good way to go, but Marcus having none of it. And I don't think he's going to have anything of it on that flop either, flopping a gut shot and that queen high flush draw.
Yeah, this one could get spicy here. Amazing flop for Marcus. Nut flush draw, gut shot, loads of equity. But I still think we want to take a passive line here. I think check calling is the way to go. We're not looking to get it in here. Of course, Junji completely uncapped at this point. He still can have like pocket aces, pocket kings, ace king in his range. So yeah, Marcus here. Just calling, keep that pot nice and small. I like it so far.
Junji actually taking the lead on the turn with that pair of 4s, but on a board like this, you're not going to be too confident in an underpair to the ace-king 10. Marcus going to check and then double check his cards, making sure he does have that flush draw and he wasn't just peeling with a gut shot. See if Junji wants to fire any more into this one, repping the strength that he could have on this board.
Still have those clubs working for you. And now Junji decided on the size here on the turn. I think this is a pretty amazing card in terms of theory for being able to double barrel. When you have a 4 yourself, you block your opponent with his combinations of potentially turning 2 pair here. So therefore, we're able to double barrel and still target 1 pair hands to fold. And given that Marcus limped from the small blind, he doesn't necessarily have to hold an ace here. So I think we are targeting a lot of King X and 10X to fold on the turn. And yeah, pretty chunky bet here from Junji. 1.5 into 1.8 million. So Marcus now has a very interesting decision on his hands. Is he getting the odds here to call? That is the question.
And I love seeing this straight away from Junji. Like, obviously he's setting the tone for what the rest of his final table is going to be like, putting a lot of aggression, a lot of tough choices straight away to Marcus, who's second in chips. And if that's going to be the tail of this final table, then it's going to be very, very difficult for him to not take it down. And Marcus, wow, does get rid of that queen high flush draw round 1, going to Junji.
Yeah, interesting there. Getting him off a huge equitable hand. But Marcus not wanting to call there and just simply chase and fish. Even if a jack came on the river, 4 to a straight there, it's pretty hard to get paid. Obviously, if he does river the club, more potential to get some value. But again, then it's, you know, you're out of position. How do you want to play that river? Are you going to donk lead and potentially deny your opponent another chance to, you know, bluff the river if he is indeed holding air? Which, as we saw there, Jack 4 offsuit, of course. You can definitely put that into the category of the air or the trash hands.
Yeah, it definitely qualifies. And
sorry, Jordan, please go ahead. So, I've had too much coffee already. I'll be talking over you all day, so it won't be the last time, my friend.
Oh, it's all right. We're both very excited about this FT, so we're both going to have a lot to say. Cheers.
Yeah, cheers on that one, my friend. Absolutely buzzing. Blessed to be here, of course. Ladies and gents, if you're just tuning in, welcome to this Red Dragon Championship main event final table. Let us know where you're watching from, who you're rooting for. And of course, myself and Jordan, we welcome the banter, we welcome the abuse. Bring it on, guys. We've got a chin of steel.
More banter, the better, I say, really. It's going to be a long day, and I'm going to need some high-quality or low-quality humor to get me through it. And no doubt, Grant, you've got plenty of ammunition in that regard, so...
I've got plenty of the low-quality stuff, my friend, but we are relying heavily on the chat for the high-quality stuff. So, guys, please come and save Jordan here. You know, too many dad jokes and things that don't make sense out of my mouth. There's only so much a man can take.
And I welcome the dad jokes. More dad jokes, the better. Anybody who's ever listened to me commentate down in Australia for any series know that it gets a few hours into a stream, gets 6 hours into an FT, the like bottom of the barrel dad jokes start coming out. So be ready for that, as Heejun-ji is probably ready to put his foot down in another way. Ni Peng opening the Jack 10 offsuit and the card off, but wow, the King 10 of diamonds getting let go there.
Yeah, I think we'll say that one is a slight error there, Jordan. We are the chip leader. The guy that opened here starts the hand with around about 22 big blinds. You only need to look to the left. You see the big blind behind you. He's also sub 20 bigs. I think King 10 suited there. Definitely a hand we want to be jamming. We're going to get our opponent to potentially fold some hands that we dominate, like King Jacks, King Queens. We might even fold a hand like, you know, Ace 10 that we also dominate there. With the ICM, I think people here, especially like Gia Peng, they're not looking to put their stack in so lightly, and therefore with King 10 suited, we do have a lot more fold equity than we're supposed to have in theory. So I would have liked to see Junji there, you know, keep putting the hammer to the nail and go for the jam. And just while we have a little break in the action, Jordan, I need to take this time to congratulate Mr. Thomas Henricus Verbruggen, who took down the Dragon Egg Mystery Bounty event yesterday in epic fashion, gets himself the trophy, gets himself one of those champion jackets as well. Congratulations to you, sir, like a boss.
Yeah, and I was waiting for this to come out. I knew you're absolutely stoked with that result. If we saw him battling, he copped an absolutely brutal cooler early in, I believe, this event, or perhaps the High Roller, where he flopped trips in a single race pot against a flop full house and went broke. So for him to be able to turn that around and get mentally back into the swing of things and take down a tournament, huge props to him. Very happy for him. Sun Jiafeng now facing, Sun Yunfeng facing this open. Going to put in chips with the Ace Queen. No, he's going to put in a time bank with the Ace Queen. Probably wondering whether or not he should be using this as a candidate to 3-bet. We can see that Chenshu Zhang with the Ace 6 suited would not be liking things if more chips went in, and looks like the decision has been made. In goes the 3-bet up to what looks to be 850. Action folding around to the blind, see if anybody wants a piece of this action. Not to be, 2 clubs will get folded, so the opportunities to find the best hand for Zhang are going to get reduced. I'm going to look at the chips that he has behind. These guys starting with close to 40 big blinds effective, so 2 of the middle of the road stacks at this table. Definitely a couple of shorties that they're going to want to see bust first. All of that leads me to think that I don't think Zhang is going to want to continue with this one.
Yeah, I think the only way to continue here is in the form of a 4-bet. And Zhang there does give Yunfeng some credit. Doesn't think he's too out of line, especially when she opened under the gun. And as we saw there, he had the goods this time. Had the Ace-6 in very bad shape. So Zhang wisely gets out of there without losing any more chips. And only 2 more days of streaming. It's starting to get quite emotional here. This Aussie twang, you know, it's become one of the highlights of my day, I have to say, just listening to your beautiful voice, Jordan. And after this series, I'm going to be beside myself, not knowing what to do.
Well, I think that might be the nicest thing you've said about my Australian accent all week, Grant. Thank you so much. I told you I was going to wear you down, and we've gotten to this point, and it's finally happened. So I must really thank you for that.
Yeah, you're bringing out my soft side here. I'm going to have to toughen myself up, give my head a wobble. And that is the only nice thing I've said, my friend. And don't expect anything else. That's it. That's as far as it goes. Absolute rags here for everybody. But Mr. Peng does have a potential spot to open here on the button. Ace-4 offsuit, 18 bigs to start the hand.
Yesterday, Peng played a couple of hands relatively on the tight side. There was one spot in particular where he flopped a full house against trips. And when the chips got in on the turn, he seemed physically shaken almost to actually see that he wanted to show this one down and have the best hand. Looks like he is going to come with an open. Action still in the small blind. Open to 400. The Jack-8 offsuit for Huang Shenfa. Going to go down. 9 deuce in the big blind. Amazing hand in blackjack, but suited from the big blind. Probably a close defend against a sub-20 big blind stack. What do you think, Grant?
Yeah, it can still be an amazing hand in poker as well, especially if you put it into your 3-bet bluffing range. But the problem here, I think Peng starts the hand with 2 fewer big blinds than we would have liked there. We want to potentially come with a 3-bet bluff that looks like our opponent still has a chance to 4-bet, and we still have a chance to fold there. But it does look like Mr. Peng shaking once again. So perhaps just feeling this moment here, letting the pressure get to him a little bit. See him take a gulp there. And I absolutely love that awareness from yourself, Jordan, as well. Like, not just commentating on the game, but also focusing on these players and making some reads on their mannerisms, picking up some towels as well. Very cool stuff. Absolutely love as well.
It's all very good and well to have a solid theoretical baseline, but sometimes when you're playing on final tables like this, if your opponents are going to be doing things that are a bit too far outside the realms of reality, then it's important to make sure you're paying attention. You don't want to be caught off guard by a hand that you didn't think your opponent could feasibly have, only to see that the signs were there all along. Folding over to Ni Peng at the moment. 41-year-old teacher, playing poker for about 6 years. 5-4 suited, not in his range though. See if He Junji wants to go with it with an offsuit 7-6. Looks like we are going to have a potential blind v blind battle on our hands. Something that I want to make a note of. Yujia Peng in the big blind made a note to say that his favorite player is actually Zhang Shenshu. So we've got some idol on student violence potentially incoming. You see the raise from the Queen 8 of clubs up to 450. Is the apprentice about to take it to the master? No. Snap fold. Round 1. Going the way of Zhang Shenshu.
Yeah, never outshine the master. You know what they say. So just bows down there, allowing her to steal the blind. 10-6 offsuit. Pretty fringy there. Not looking to defend that one. Have to play against his idol. Probably impossible to win in that situation. If he flops a monster, probably getting sad because he's now about to take some chips away from his idol. So yeah, best possible course of action there, just folding pre-flop. Oi, oi, oi. Be careful, Mr. Yunfeng there. Nearly mucking your cards onto your opponents. Or perhaps that was intentional. An absolutely sick angle shoot there. Trying to muck the big blind.
Whilst it's a lull in action, I want to make a quick note. There's a varying amount of time that all of these guys have been playing poker. Some for 3 years, some for 6 years. One since high school, one's for 13 years. So one of these guys actually... So the player in seat 9, Yujia Peng, has only been playing poker for half a year. So it goes to show that you can play poker for any amount of time and have the opportunity to win a considerable amount of money. Junji He here, going to find an open with the King 7 suited. Peng with a couple of clubs himself. A very nice hand in theory, but when you've got 20 big blinds, you probably just have to let it go. That will be what is decided. Huang Shengfa, who folded in the cutoff there, there's a question about who was your favorite player, and he just said, myself. So, man, a few words.
You've got to respect it, you know, and you've got to love the honesty as well, and the confidence. That's the mindset we need. Got to come into the final table with that mindset. If you don't believe you're the best player at the table, then you kind of already lost. Queen 5-4 here.
All diamonds.
Take it away, Jordan. Your knowledge, your voice, much superior to mine.
I feel like it's going to be a bit like one of those days, Grant. We'll try not to talk over each other, but it's a bit difficult when we're not in the same place. King 7 will take it down. We've got a list of occupations for everybody here. One of these is not like the other though, Grant. We've got freelancer, teacher, student, film producer. And then we've got a little column in here that says Texas Hold'em insurance broker. Now, I don't know about you, but that feels made up.
I don't know. It depends what private cash games I'm going to. You know, potentially getting the book out every time there's an all-in and a call, offering some insurance. Definitely a profitable business, that's for sure. I'm always sad if you ever see insurance, guys, that people take it. I always think, oh, this is so sad. Money going off the table, going to the house.
Sometimes with the insurance, though, the house doesn't always win. We'll see if Junji is going to act like the house here. Has the most chips, 11 million. There is 47 million in play, so he's chilling with a little bit over 20% of all of the biscuits. Ace 10 with a raise to 300. We'll let you guys know as well that we're going to be... You don't want me to call them biscuits?
I haven't eaten breakfast this morning, my friend, you know? You're making me hungry.
Oh, well, that's not my fault, mate. It's your fault. You need to have made sure you were propped and ready to go. You've got the coffee. You're going to be starving in about 20 minutes if you go through the coffee. And looks like Zhang is actually starving for chips. Puts out a 3-bet here to 900k. Chen Guan Yu, 3 million with 4s in the small blind. I think he's going to get another glance at it before having a quick funeral for the 4s. Down they go. Now, Junji is the chip leader. Zhang Xinshu is chilling around 4th in chips, maybe even 3rd in chips. I wonder if we are going to see the chip leader flex his muscles here. Ace 10 feels like an amazing candidate to take as a 4-bet bluff, especially against a stack in Zhang's shoes. See if he is going to take the aggression to her here. No, cards go down. And if these guys get to break and they get a look at that, that could be a very important note to make. We could see the aggression factor really ramp up.
Yeah, pretty interesting hand there. And just like you said, the Ace-10 was indeed a great candidate for the 4-bet bluff, but I think chose not to do it there, Mr. Junji, because Zhang, very cute with her bluffs here and the way she plays, uses her image to her advantage. And Junji there wouldn't expect Zhang to be 3-betting against the chip leader light when there are indeed much shorter stacks at the table. And he also did open from early position, therefore further crediting the strength of her raise. So yeah, can't blame Junji for bowing out. But like you said, Jordan, if he goes and checks her tape, that's maybe going to change the whole game here, because yeah, if he's aware that she is using this dynamic to use that for her image and therefore is actually playing back against the chip leader, that's only going to potentially cause some future fireworks. And I have to say, I'm all for it.
Oh, definitely. And whilst we're talking about the play throughout the day, we do have coverage of this going all the way to a winner, but we will also have coverage, I believe, of the Prestige Super High Roller event following this as well. So if you get to the end of the main event and you're craving more poker, don't stress. We're going to have much more for you today, as the Texas Hold'em insurance manager taking the raise to 325 with the 7-8 offsuit. And this is what I was saying earlier about making sure you're keeping up with what your opponents are doing at the table. This is not in the book at all. See what the 6-4 suited has to say. Expect a defend. Looks like that is the decision that's going to be made. In go a calling amount of chips. 875 in the middle. Manages to take the lead on a king high board. Let's see what plan Huang has in store here. Looks like a very quick bet of 225.
Yeah, I don't think this bet is going to work here. Yipeng, middle pair. and the backdoor straight draw to go with it. Easy check call, and he agrees. So interesting turn card incoming here. Wow, date with an 8 there, Shinhwa shooting way out into the lead now. How does he want to play this one here? I don't think there's much value to be had against 4x and 3x here on the turn. Perhaps checking back and calling a river bet might be the best line, but Shinhwa undeterred here, not slowing down, going for around about 1/3 of the pot here on the turn. Potentially still trying to charge some 4x, 3x hands or some straight draws that his opponent could potentially be holding.
And if that's the plan, I really like this size. I think he could easily have come up with an idea to go something like half pot or 2/3, but he goes a third, trying to target a 4 or a 3 to carry on for one more. His opponent sees through it, but when you do turn that 8, I don't think you want to be going much larger if you are wanting to try and extract value. And the Hold'em insurance broker, adding some chips up. Reminder those guys that are first time tuning in, not entirely sure about the chips nominations. Those blue chips are worth 25k, the yellows are worth 100,000 each. Absolute mountain there in front of our chip leader.
乐死能拿房卡，昨晚换给你了。充电宝能掉你房间，那你挺厉害的啊、哦，打牌厉害，这种方面也厉害。
All right, decision for our man Peng Sifu. 20 big blinds to start the hand.
I feel like we need to get like a light or a switch or something that we can press when we can swap turns.
We do, my friend. Interesting to see Peng fold that one there. 20 big blinds. And again, potentially, that's the final table coming into play. Changing the course of action. These players leaning on the tighter passive side of things. Because yesterday we saw Sishu opening many times from 20 big blind or sub 20 big blind stack. But instead, that's going to open the door now for Yunfeng here to get this party started from the button. Ace-9 offsuit. Will just take some time, I believe, to check the stacks of his opponents. And he will elect to just open this one. 325 is the price to pay here. Yipeng not looking to get involved there, so we'll fold to Australia's cutest poker player here, apparently. And some people saying he's the GOAT of Australia. But yeah, Marcus, absolute rags there in the big blind, letting it go.
Slight shift so far in the chip counts. Marcus is no longer in second. Shinhwa Huang actually taking the second position. Junji still up in the lead though, and they play a north of 10 million chips with 11.
投资我，把马传给我，
Easy how quick it can happen.
这样子快嘛。
One thing that I want to note, Grant, that we spoke about earlier on in this series is doesn't seem like anybody here is really vying for the Bright Hoodie Award.
Yeah, it's been a shocking performance. It's been a shocking performance the last few days. Absolutely disgusted, to be honest. I'm actually disappointed you brought that up because I didn't even want to give credit to the guys on the first few days for their, decent performance. We had the man in the yellow jacket, the bright fluorescent jacket that stands out, but I didn't want to even give them props because, to be honest, when we're comparing to this very low standard, it's not much of an achievement anymore. I was expecting to see flowery, floral, fluorescent clothing on the feature table every single day, but it just hasn't been the case here. Yeah.
We really haven't seen too much of it. We've had a few pop up. We've had a few kind of bright white ones, but nothing with a lot of color. We did have that one that you were not a fan of that had the graffiti and stuff all over it.
Yeah, the magic carpet. Glad we haven't seen the reappearance of that one. We did see that one getting worn 2 days in a row. Ooh, Jiapeng here. Potential spot with the jacking off. We'll see how he wants to approach this one. 350k is the price with the jacking off here. Guan Yu behind. Ace Queen. He says it's time. Looks like a hefty 3-bet here. Potentially just committing himself here and now. 1.1 million from Guan Yu here with the Ace Queen. And presumably chose this sizing to still be able to get away from the hand if there's 2 all-ins behind him. Starts the hand with 20 big blinds. Oh, Peng Sishu here. Ace Queen suited in the big blind. Yeah, I felt like the fold was coming here. We have seen Sishu playing it pretty close to the chest so far. So he does let it go. Jiapeng there with the jacking off. Not looking to be aggressive at this stage. So nicely timed 3-bet from Guan Yu there. Nice pickup uncontested. Pretty sure he'll be happy that that's the case here on the final table. Don't want to be all in and at risk this early on. Much better to win the small pots and just ladder up uncontested.
And I might be reading a little bit too much into this, Grant, but did you see any reason behind the 2 stacks of blues and a yellow being pushed forward instead of making it easy and just using those yellow chips? I know people have kind of some considerations, to think about with the chips that they use, using the big chips or the small denominations. Is there anything that you can kind of talk about there, or do you think it's just a convenience thing for him?
Oh, wow, we're going deep now. Well, when you look into it,
we might as well.
Perhaps he's overcompensating. That's what I truly believe. He's pushing those big stacks of blue in to overcompensate. We'll leave it there. We won't go too much further into it. On the flip side, though, let's play devil's advocate. Perhaps he used those big chips to intimidate his opponents, to make it look like it was actually more than it was. You know, you've got this like castle effect, pushing forward your fortress. It looks scarier than it actually is. But who knows? Honestly, I think he's overcompensating.
Getting a look at the action, looks like Shunji is going to open King 8 over to Huang Shengfa. Not going to come along with the 10-4. And on that note, guys, if you're watching on YouTube or on Facebook, let us know where you are watching from. For people tuning in from all across the world so far this series, for this FT, let us know what city, what country, whereabouts you are. What's your exact address? What's your bank account details? Give us everything. We want to know it.
Oh yes, most importantly the seed phrase as well, because BTC right now doing pretty well on the markets on a rocket ship. So just put your seed phrase in the chat, please. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. And thanks for tuning in to this Day 4 coverage, this final table of your Red Dragon Championship main event here in Jeju at the Landing Casino and Resort. Myself, Grant Gardner, and the Aussie legend Jordan Bromley, streaming this one down until we have ourselves a champion later today. And I've just finished my Americano and orange juice, Jordan, which I told you is an absolute banger and a new trend here in Asia. Cheers.
Man, I still don't get it. So is there any water in it at all, or is it literally just a shot of espresso and orange juice?
Great question. I think it's more like Americano. So yeah, we do have some water there mixed in with the espresso. Okay. And then the orange juice sits at the bottom of the glass. The Americano, the coffee sits on top of it. It's kind of layered. So with the straw going into the coffee, you can choose whether you want to sip strong coffee or coffee very sweetened with a lot of orange juice.
Sounds ridiculous, but I'll take your word for it. So I'm going to open sixes over to Sang in the big blind with ace 10. These guys around the same stack. Looks like no 3-bet this time, just the call. 825 out there. Blinds are 75, 150 for now. Not sure how long we have played this as we see the ace queen 10. Definitely a board that favors in position players, but Top and bottom pair begs to differ on this occasion. C-bet from the sixes. No heart in either player's hand. We can see some with just one out. That six of spades grayed out because a player at the table folded it pre-flop. And we take the folded cards into account when putting the graphics up on screen. Very easy call here for Zhang Shenshu. Four of spades changing nothing as we get some split screen action going. See if these sixes are going to choose to fire another one.
Yun Feng checking back on the turn. Interesting card on the river here. Pretty sure Zhang will be checking this one over. And now Yun Feng might see an opportunity here to turn the sixes into a bluff. Definitely possible. He can be holding a king here as played.
Yeah, and it's an interesting decision for him because I think he realizes that these sixes are no good. It's just a matter of whether or not he can bet a size that would get a queen or a jack to fold, as it actually looks like Zhang is going to find a lead on this river. This is a very interesting lead, Grant.
Yeah, it is indeed here. Zhang not scared. Perhaps coming with this bet because she doesn't want to check and face a bigger river bet that she feels like she has to call. So actually saving money here in the times her opponent does have a king and potentially trying to get value from a hand like Queen Jack, Jack 10 suited, pocket jacks. Not pocket jacks, of course, that beats ace 10, but the other hands I mentioned. Can't get everything right, of course. But yeah, interesting lead. Nonetheless there. Would have expected her to check that one over. But Zhang, definitely a calculated player. Saw her interview with Stanley and Nike as well behind the scenes. And definitely can tell that she knows exactly what she's doing when it comes to this wonderful game of No Limit Hold'em. Uses her image to her advantage wonderfully well. So no surprise to see her top 1% of the field here on the final table.
Yeah, and gives absolutely nothing away as well. You see her mid-hand, totally expressionless. Good luck getting a read. Going to be a bit of a force to be reckoned with should she pick up some more chips. So I'm going to open King Queen as those blinds have ticked up to 100k, 200k. All of a sudden, these short stacks getting a lot shorter. Paying slipping down sub 15 big blinds now.
And what is on the cards for your weekend, Jordan? What's going to be happening for Mr. Jordan Bromley this weekend? Any antics?
Well, we've still got the closer tomorrow, which I'm definitely going to be looking forward to. I want to finish off this series strong. And then on Sunday, I believe it's Mother's Day. So probably going to have to chat to my mother. She does not live in the same town that I do, but I'll spend some time on the phone with her and then see what else is happening on the Sunday. Nothing really major. What about yourself, Grant?
You know me, my friend. I'll just be getting straight on the butterbeers, as I've actually got my next coffee lined up here. This one is actually a double espresso shot mixed with some butterbeer. Cheers, guys.
It's the only way you can find out the secrets to the Marauders map. As we see the chip counts now, Hee-Shun-Ji, 58 big blinds. Still our chip leader. Yu Zhaipeng, our shorty with 12, but there are two other players that are within 2 big blinds of him. So we could see some interesting ICM dynamics starting to form here. These guys definitely want to try and get these payouts.
Yeah, and a big shout out to Tipsy, the dealer, making sure any mischief is managed. Keeping these players here well and truly under control. Ni Peng here. Ace-9 of hearts. Starts the hand, sub 15 big blinds. Having a little thinky about this one is Ni Yipeng here.
Oh, wow, looks like it's good enough. In go all of the chips. This is a jam for 14.5 big blinds. Nobody waking up with anything to call him off with. Oh, but that all changes in the small blind. Wow, what a sick spot for Yu Peng to find a double himself. He actually has fewer chips than Ni Yipeng does. And the aces are going to call. Chips get slid in. Chen Guanyu not going to wake up with anything, and we're going to see that Ni Yipeng is going to see some very, very bad news.
Yeah, you see it written all over the face there, Ni Yipeng. Way behind here. He's an absolute miracle. He's super short back at this final table. Needs a couple of nines here, or some hearts in this run out. It's going to be the full double up here for Jia Peng. What a spot there to wake up in the small blind. Looking down at aces, facing an all-in in front of you.
Yeah. 后补啊，卡夹，来个8，来个80，有实力啊。
Small slice there for Yipeng. Six on the turn. The check mark to Jia Peng there. We'll double up for that gentleman. Now Yipeng
And we must say GG's in the chat there. Finishing in 9th position for 20. Oh, wait, no. Sorry, he hasn't been eliminated because he did cover the player with aces. So no bust out as of yet.
That's it, Jordan. Keep these guys on their toes, just testing you. Haven't lost a player just yet, but as you can see there, Yipeng now going to need a miracle. Anywhere but 9th. So every other player now should have their fitting out on check. Unless they wake up with premium. It'd be ICM suicide to be all in at this stage without a monster when Mr. Yipeng is so short stacked there. And if you are watching over on the YouTube, put a comment in the chat to see a lot of you guys there tuning in right now. First thing, you haven't liked the video, so do that right now. And secondly, you haven't commented in the chat who you think is going to win this main event, so we need a bit more engagement from you guys. Don't test the stream. And then you guys will have to just find out via the live updates on the website, and that's going to be no fun for anyone, okay? So come on, guys, send some abuse Jordan's way, ASAP.
Hey, send it to Grant. I don't want to be abused. Just it's too too fragile. As Ni Yipeng is going to rip in the 550 with queens, and that's a hell of a hand to wake up with if you've just been cooled on a final table. Is for 2.7 bigs as folds are going to get made. Shen Shu Zhang with the ace-deuce offsuit. Probably a little bit too wide to be wanting to put a call in here, Grant. What do you think?
Yeah, I think with 3 players behind you there in the cutoff, we have to let that one go. But perhaps in the small blind there, we can flick the call in, potentially rejam if the big blind is also short stacked. And I'm not entirely sure if Yipeng saw his cards before he jammed. It actually might have been a blind all in under the gun. So I do think Zhang is considering that into her decision as well, as we see Guan Yu here making that very move I just spoke about here, trying to isolate and push out the big blind. Comes with the small I think. Just waiting for the graphics to update, but it does look like a click here. Yeah, 1 million. That's going to get young things out of there. Cards are going to be on their backs, and it's going to be great shape for here. With one favourite. to win this one and double up. On the screen right now, looks like a 3 has been folded here. But nevertheless, if we can still find one, we will see our first elimination of this final table.
Wow.
Yeah, and just like that, GG. And I will make the same mistake as you, Jordan. Looks like I need more coffee. Just testing you. We're still 9-handed here, of course. It's not GG's yet. It's a full double up for Mr. Yipeng. Not a beer.
Yeah, no GG's to be had there.
double 啦，一定。
Actually takes himself up somewhat comfortable. He's back up to 7.5 big blinds. So all of a sudden, from an absolute micro stack to a stack where one more double and you're up around 6th in chips, or 7th in chips, sorry. So not out of the woods just yet. Still an opportunity to spin it back up. Got Ethan Wan in YouTube cheering on Marcus as well. Saw him in the chat yesterday. There's another statement that's been made in the YouTube that I'll let pass through to the keeper because it seems anatomically impossible. But thanks for tuning in. Hope you're having a good day. As I will just give you guys an update on the payouts that these guys are expected right now. Yipeng is trying to save himself from busting in 9th, which would pay him out 27,950,000 Korean won. But the top 3 is what these guys are going to be aiming for, at least, or the win at that. 360 million Korean won for the victor, 240 million for second, and 168 for third. Everything else decreasing gradually from there. Over to Chen Guan Yu. After that little hit that he took with the 3s against the queens, he is sub 15 big blinds himself. Sun Yun Feng with a king. Probably going to have to say good luck here. King is usually going to be enough for the 6 big blinds that Yipeng has behind, given the big blind and big blind ante. And the announcement is made. All in is the request.
Sounds about right, my friend. We do see the jam, but Yipeng 9 deuce offsuit here, not going to make the cut. And we do see Jay Lin there confirming what Ethan suggested about lock shedding. And the question on my mind is, how do you guys know this? That's what I want to find out. How do you know that that is indeed the case? I believe you. I'm not saying I don't believe you guys, okay? I'm all for it.
My theory is that Marcus coaches these guys, and that's what he uses to slap them into line when they V-pip slightly outside of the range.
Makes sense. Sure, very effective practice there.
Oh yeah, from across the room.
I'm going to start to try and get myself into Marcus's stable immediately, because that sounds like a lot of fun. And I'll be getting slapped all the time. If anyone ever seen me play poker before, many slappings deserved.
As I think these guys are a part of a different kind of stable, but we will carry on. Peng Si Shu, 2.7 million. Not going to get involved with the Queen Jack, as I'm just making note of the players that do and do not want to wear sunglasses at this feature table. Peng's been rocking the sunnies for the better part of 4 days. It's a very, very long hangover. I hope he's okay. Huang Shengfa, ace-7 of hearts. I feel like this one's going to get raised, but he's probably just double-checking the shorty's stack. Looks like he's actually going to raise to an amount that's going to disincentivize the jam. Raising to 600k as a bit of a chuckle from the table comes out. Action is going to get folded around to that short stack, as ace-8 offsuit is probably... Oh wow, he actually lets it go because of how large Huang Shengfa opened. And that is one of the positive things that you can find there from taking that slightly larger opening size, manages to get a better hand to fold. Huang Shengfa, 38-year-old, as we said, Hold'em insurance broker, been playing poker for about 6 years. His first time playing here in Jeju. Looks like he'd be a lot of fun to play cash with, actually. So maybe we need to find out what his location is as far as his Hold'em insurance brokerage.
Yeah, get me in that game for sure. Playing far yesterday, I was playing absolutely wild on the feature table, for sure. Home game with this gentleman would be a lot of fun. Shinhwa here, another tricky decision, and once again, leading on the side of caution. I think that's a good fold there, given that Jiapeng now is so short stacked behind him. I think he's playing around about 5 bigs. And I will get the names right eventually, tomato, tomato. But yeah, our short stack, not Jiapeng. Guan Yu here, ace 10 off, hijack, 14 big blind. Happy to come in for the raise. Once again, we see a size up here to deter a big blind defend. Yipeng, there is the short stack that I meant just a moment ago. That is the reason in here for people sizing up pre-flop. As you can see there, works a treat once again. Junji not defending King 7 for that price. And we are potentially going to see some dryness now, some kind of stalemate here, as everybody awaits the potential elimination of Jipeng.
One more note to make, if it's your first time watching our coverage, you can see all of the players at the table have a secondary stack of cards next to their chip stack. Those are time banks. Not entirely sure how many they have, but each player with 30 seconds.
What is a time bank, Sir Gordon? I have no idea. Never heard of that concept before.
Well, you can see the little spacecraft-looking clock right in the middle of the table, getting pressed every time by the dealer. These players have 30 seconds to act, and should they require an extension on that amount of time, they may utilize their time bank, but as soon as you're out of them, that's it. No more additional time. You're gonna have to make your decisions very thick and fast. Over to Sun Yunfeng. Ace 3 suited in the hijack. Not going to go with that inflated opening size, just takes it to 400. Yishunshi with the Queen Jack. It looks like he wants a 3-bet, but he's a little bit worried about the stack in the big blind. And yeah, he decides to fold. Peng Sishu with King 9. Doesn't defend it. Very, very snug.
Yeah, I think that's actually probably a surprising fold to most, but I actually think it's a good one. I think now ICM here, because of Yipeng, sorry, having only 4 big blinds, I think now we're incentivized to not get involved in any pots whatsoever against stacks that have us covered. No reason there to defend the King 9, potentially have to commit the rest of our stack post-flop. And we can just fold here, because folding makes money when it comes to final tables and adhering to ICM. There is a reason why even the top pros in the world don't even try to exploit these dynamics. Even those guys also just play very tight, very passive, holding pre-flop and a very high frequency, because it does indeed mathematically make sense and make money. As we see Jiapeng here, Ace Queen of Clubs, open this one up for a min raise, 400,000. Still 9-handed here, yet to lose a player at this main event final table. Been underway for just over 1 hour now. So could be in for a long grind here. And of course, with the great structure of this Red Dragon Championship, average stack, not exactly on the shallow side. There's still a lot of post-flop action to be had here. As Junji now, pocket 4s on the top as a decision here.
Yeah, and I'm sure he'd like to just be able to jam on these guys and put them at risk. I think in the big blind, Shenfu just has too many chips. As it looks like he is going to go for a 3-bet. Huang Shengfa actually with 5s facing this 3-bet to 1.1 million.
Yeah, shout out to Anton Liu once again. Hello there, sir. Hope you're doing well. He's here in support of Marcus. Lego, Lego. LFG to Marcus. Sending some heat your way. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie.
这风水太大了。
Shout out to Antonymous or Puntonymous, whatever you'd like to be called, Anton. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, we're definitely going to go with Puntonymous. It's more of a fitting name for that gentleman.
Looks like the call is going to be made by the ace-queen of clubs here. These guys flipping pre-flop. Let's see who comes out on top after this first 3 cards of the hand. 2.7 million out there, which is more than what a couple of these guys at the table actually have. And well, how's your luck? 4-3 king. Hishunji finding middle set. And everything is going his way so far at this final table.
Yeah, interesting here on the flop. SPR on the shorter side, around about 1.5. But I don't think we want to be checking. Hold on a second. What is happening here? Bad timing from Jiapeng. Oh my goodness. Check raising here. And surely Junji now gets to just flat this one in position. Not scared of anything on this super dry board. Okay, your opponent's putting nearly half his chips here. It makes you think he's committed. But if he could see the cards, of course, he would just call here, giving the rope to Jiapeng.
Yeah, the timing could not be worse as the flat call is made. 6.1 million out there. And it's a lot of chips that are going to be going to that man on screen should a club and another club not hit turn and river. And it's a full house instead. Looks like the white flag is waved. Checks over from the ace-queen, and I really hope we see a check back. You really want your opponent to attempt the river bluff should he have it in him. When you've got the board so locked like this, there's nothing that you're really afraid of apart from maybe repeat king, but a lot of the kings are just going to jam turn. So, looks like he is going to reach. Relatively small, looks like 10%. And the quick fold is made. As Zhang Shenshu kind of looking at him like, what are you doing? The master scolding the student, it looks like.
Yeah, he went for it there against the chip leader. Figured that the chip leader was out of line and just trying to represent a board that was good for his range. As we saw, pre-flop he was slightly out of line, but on the flop absolutely smashed it. Yeah. Like you'll see the jet back at that SPR there on the turn on the pocket fours.
And in Australia, we've got a term for that, and that's getting caught speeding. Never want to be caught speeding, especially not in this spot. Slapped with a pretty hefty speeding ticket and sent on his way down to 11 big blinds.
Yeah, hope you learn your lesson, my friend. And now, one of the short stacks. Not the shortest, though, of course. Your man Yipeng still holds that crown, playing around 4 big blinds.
真的在。哎呀，手是长重啊。你跟我们说太贵了。是不是不可以给他这个掉？HOAK 差不多，方琦也加过去了，就干了。
Off the back of that hand, Junji is actually in an even more in a spot where he can exploit even more because there are now 3 players that are within 3 big blinds of the short stack at the table. So, or like within 5 big blinds. So he could really start going for it here if he wants to. Queen 4 is probably a little bit too wide. So he lets it go over to Huang in at the small blind with a Jack 8. Started this one with a touch over 35 big blinds himself.
好，给你一个，
See how he wants to play against the very aggressive big blind. Just lets it go. Not even going to attempt a limp. Zhang picking up some more chips.
策略。哦，谢谢。
直接把我的胡子开始拍照，拍冠军冠照，你知道吗？旁边一群人。
不是我们要拍的，我们有外围的，知道吗？all in， 我想射不出来。
Shinhwa Yu, 37-year-old freelancer playing poker for about 3 years, has not had a poker score before. So this is a debut final table appearance for him, from what I understand. Good on him. Amazing result for him so far. Over to Marcus, the crowd favorite. Finding a raise to 400k, but Heeshun Ji, if he's 3-betting 4s, I wonder what he's going to be doing with 5s. He's got 14 million, good for a quarter of the chips. Almost a third even. Looks like it's the same plan, reaching for 1.1, and in it goes. Oh, Huang Shengfa, ace-queen offsuit. 35 big blinds. There are 4 players with sub-15. But he has ace-queen offsuit. And given how we played yesterday, I think all bets are off as to what's going to happen here. What's the old adage, Grant? ICM is for... No, he does decide to
Mr.
fold.
Shenhua, an ICM wizard, finds the fold there, knows full well his ranges when there are many shorter stacks at the table. And once again, you see the innovative 3-bet from Junji working there. This gentleman, I have to say, very impressive, knows how to work the big stack. And I think, Jordan, from this point onwards, it's looking like it's Junji's time, I have to say.
Yeah, he's definitely sitting very comfortable, building an absolute shrine of chips in front of him. Almost 16 million, with 49 million in play. Close to a third of all the chips 9-handed is a pretty commanding lead. A few more pots like that, if he gets over 20 or even 25, he may even just start ripping on everybody. Still a little bit away from that, given there are some players with more than 30 blinds, but it could definitely happen, just like how we could definitely see a 5 big blind rip from deuces, but decides against it. Ace-4 for Peng as the chip leader decides to take a break.
Would have expected him to take that spot there as the short stack. No need to worry about ICM anymore. Just got to try and accumulate chips. And we do still have fold equity, even though we're down to 5 bigs. It's not like the big blind is priced in to call in any 2 cards. So therefore, we won't always be flipping. Sometimes we'll be able to get that one through pre-flop. But instead, seat 1 getting treated like a dog there, given the walk. And I'm sure he's very happy to take it.
Yeah, and you hate to see the big blind get a walk when you fold deuces off 5. It's pretty tragic.
Really tragic indeed, but perhaps manifesting to the universe right now for a better spot before that big blind reaches him. We'll have to wait to find out.
Looks like this is the moment with the 9-8 suited. From under the gun, doesn't want to wait one more hand and have to pay 2 big blinds. Over to Zhang Shenshu. You have to feel like this one's going to go in.
Yeah, I think we will see Zhang just elect to call here. Unsure of the stacks behind her. Potentially might come with a rejam if everyone is short, but no, we do just see the call. She knows full well here Ace 10 is doing pretty good against a 5 big blind jamming range. So now Mr. Yun Feng in the big blind, jacking off. Let's see how this gentleman wants to proceed with this hand here. And Jordan, what would be your go-to strategy here with jacking off?
Well, I definitely try to be discreet about it. Doesn't look like he's going to have that opportunity. He is going to put in the call as Yi paying a 32% chance to triple up to 3.3 million, which would be a huge result. And I know for a fact there are a couple of 11 big blind stacks who do not want to see that happen, so let's see what the flop brings.
Yeah, a lot of players rooting against Yi Peng right now. Good luck all in, although it's looking pretty bleak after this Ace-King 4 flop here. Zhang top pair, Yun Feng pre-flop electing to call, showing us he is indeed a fan of the jacking off. But he might get himself into a sticky situation now. He's got middle pair, and Zhang is leading. Not leading, sorry, just continuing on this flop. But still, Yun Feng faced with the decision now. Middle pair, decent kicker.
And I wonder if any alarm bells are going off for Yun Feng here. Betting into the dry side on an ace-high board is a little bit scary of a prospect to be facing, but with a king this good, oh wow, he does just fold, and Yi Peng is going to need a lot of help. 3.3 million out there. He's got a 6% chance at having a claim to it, needing running hearts or a running 9-8. As Zhang Chenshu wants her student to cheer her on. What are we going to see here? Now it is official. We can officially say GG to Yi Peng. It's going to be finishing in 9th position, taking home 27,950,000 Korean won. GG's in the chat. 8 players now remaining from the 997 that entered. And Zhang Shenshu is going to be feeling a lot more comfortable now. Up to second in chips with 45 big blinds. Hishunji still our chip leader with 15 million, and new short stack is the student. Yi Peng, sub 10 bigs.
Absolutely. GG, sir. Your 9th place finisher, Mr. Yi Peng. And the master increasing her stack once again. Her student in trouble after that move he tried to make against that chip leader, Mr. Junji. Ace Queen of Clubs probably lost the absolute maximum in that hand, but nevertheless, still alive here, still within a chance. Anything can happen at these final tables, as we all know. Far from over yet.
Yeah, I would have been very curious to see what he would have done had the river, or had the turn checked through. But he was given a get out of jail free card. Hishunji raising the ace-jack over to Sang. Queen 3 suited. Not going to give away any of those freshly found chips, I wouldn't think. But maybe... No. Does decide to fold. I thought we were going to see some 3-bet action there. I was going to be very shocked by it. Round to the blind. Sun Yun Feng, 10-5. Away it goes. Likewise Marcus with a 7, but only in the way of 4-3 offsuit. More chips to the chip leader. I thought of another hand that has a nickname that I'm not sure whether or not you know about.
那我都想跟他跑了
That is the
Alright, hit me,
10-4
brother.
offsuit, or 10-4 generally. What do you call the 10-4?
90啊，要不然放对
I
你
don't call it anything, my friend.
10-4 is over and out,
90吧
which
90
is
放
what a police radio would say. 10-4.
Okay.
So it's a little bit of a
Over and
stretch,
out.
but over
Okay.
and out. Yep. 10-4.
拿下了吗？
We'll add it to the arsenal. Why not?
我说他们都放了。
You got the jack tire. You got the jack 4 being a flat tire. You got the over and out now. We're
All right,
gradually
noted.
building a bit of an arsenal of names.
Learning every day.
哦
Over to Yujia Peng now that there's been that bust out. He's going to happily rip in the ace 8 for 9 bigs. Chips falling everywhere. Bit of a laugh from Zhang Chenshu.
对了，拿这个钱拿去百家乐。
Nobody waking up with anything just yet. It's going to get over to the chip leader in the big blind. Not today. Collect the blinds and ante.
对吧？
As we will let you guys know, some of you guys may be online players, but we won't be heading on a break at 55 past the hour. We'll be at roughly 2:15 local time. We'll be heading on a 15-minute break.
所以我一直在熬。
Yeah, we'll see all
Gonna
these
pay out
online
for these
guys come running back after 5 minutes. Only to find out 10 more minutes of break remaining. They'll be super confused with that one.
Pathetic tournament online players needing a break. Play cash and play for 12 hours straight like a man. Son with the Queen 3 suited. Wonder if we're going to see an open here. Getting a look to see exactly how many chips Peng has in the big blind. But he does still have
多还多了。
Marcus and the chip leader here to worry about.
那完了，我不会这个那个。
Marcus with the Jack 9 suited, going to qualify, takes it to 400.
Oh
Started
yes,
this one
the
with 29
Janina.
big blinds. Ace 6 for sub 10. Looks like a bit of thinking is going to be utilized here as well. We've got double glasses action. Did not expect that one. Time bank utilized. 6 eyes on the job. See what the decision is going to be here. Started this one with 2 million with the 1 big blind out there, 9 big blinds behind. Really eyeing this one off. Getting a look up at the clock and the payouts. Ace 6 for this many feels like it probably should be going in, but maybe he's a little bit worried that Marcus isn't going to be opening super wide from the button with the chip leader on his left. What do you think, Grant? Do you think A6 is too good?
Yeah, it's a very tough one. Very close spot here. Do have that dynamic that Marcus is opening on the bottom with the chip leader to his direct left. A6 here, 10 bigs. Seems very close, right on the line. I think given that we are now probably the shortest stack at the table, maybe we lean towards jamming this one. But again, could be wrong there.
Oh wow,
Does
he
look
is
like
going
that
to
is
jam.
play.
Marcus asking for a count straight away. You can see that even though the ace is in the lead, these guys are basically flipping 48% for the Jack 9 suited. Bit of a shrug. Fold gets made.
Yeah, close one, but I think good fold indeed. Could even be dominated there against a hand like King Jack or Ace 9 offsuit. So Marcus letting go of the Jack 9 suited there. preserving his stack, sits as one of those middling stacks, which isn't a bad place to be right now. There are a few shorties dotted around here who are going to have to risk their tournament life sooner rather than later.
So we can hear the blinds are up, but not in this tournament. That is a tournament happening at the outer tables. These guys still playing 100k, 200k. If we shifted back to 510 now, things would get a little bit absurd. We'd be sitting here for a long, long time.
Yeah, we won't be doing that. Let's put the blinds up. 5 million, 10 million. Let's get this show over with. Have a champion in the next 15 minutes.
And here, with the chip lead, 10-5 offsuit. Let's go from the button. This is what I like to see from a chip leader. Paying off the back of getting that jam through. 7-3 suited. Making sure he gets his money's worth in TV time. I don't think he's going to be putting any chips in as he does let it go. Over to Huang Shengfa. Dominating here with the Jack 10 suited. Getting a bit of a doom zoom action. Bit of the opposite though, as he does have comfortably the best hand. He is going to flick in the call. Let's see a flop. 1.1 million out there. And Jack high is going to be nice for Huang Shengfa. Checking it over to the table captain. Kicks us off with a bet of 325. Chips are reached for and sent into the middle with a call. 1.75 now in the middle as this pot begins to swell. Ace of diamonds is not what he wants to see. Definitely a card that is going to be a lot more comfortable for He Junji on the button, and I wonder if he's going to bet accordingly. Surely with 10-5, he assumes that he needs to bluff this. It's just a matter of whether or not he thinks that Jack will fold, and he's going to give it a go. Reaching pretty deep. Looks like half pot. Yeah, betting 800k. For this amount, though, I think it's probably a little bit too little to get a Jack to fold. He's going to fire in the call. 3.35 million out there. River is a 6. There's only one way that He Junji is going to win this hand, and it's not going to be by checking. He has a 5 in his hand, which is a little bit ambitious to think might have any relevance, but I think he's more so thinking about trying to represent the ace on the turn. With how short a lot of these players are and the percentage of Huang Shengfa's stack that he could put in, a bet of around 2 million would be really, really difficult to face. Let's see what he decides to do here. Eyeing off his opponent. What is the amount going to be if he fires the third shell? No, he gives up. And that's a massive pot for Huang Shengfa, up to 8.8 million. Comfortably second in chips, I believe.
Yeah, huge pickup there. Absolutely massive, and even better to not have to face the decision there. Would have been in the blender with a pair of jacks against the chip leader betting the river. But yeah, pretty fortunate. Can save the brain power for future spots. Because Junji waving the white flag, giving up there on the river. Still 8-handed here at this final table, the Red Dragon Championship main event. And nothing too crazy to report so far. Jia Peng here, triangle time. King Queen off under the gun. Sends it into the middle. Let's see if he's going to get any customers here behind.
被偶像拿走了。
I feel like in the future, if we're ever doing a stream on Twitch, we need to make an emote that is request the triangle. Get the triangles in the chat every time, and the ace 3 gets peeled for 11.5. Gonna ask for a count. Oh. I think he may have just exposed a paint card then by accident.
对3了。
It was a request for a count, not a call. It makes it kind of awkward. If you've seen paint, do you consider putting in the call when you have an ace? Blocking the ability for your opponent to have hand like ace queen, ace king. Instead it goes down as the king queen is going to get mucked and not turned over.
确定。
King queen does get turned over in the end though.
Yeah, good to see these guys having fun with it, enjoying themselves. Okay, we're all here. High pressure moment, final table, playing for a lot of money up top. But still, amazing to see that these guys can enjoy the journey. Zhang obviously loving life. Way more biscuits in front of her now. So plenty of reasons to smile. Junji, your chip leader. Surprised he doesn't open up there from the hijack. Queen 10 offsuit. Seems more than fine when you have all the chips in front of you. Oh la la, perhaps he could sense something. His spidey sense is going off there. Shenhwa wakes up with the cowboys on the button behind him.
Yeah, his sixth sense obviously going berserk as we see the kings are going to raise up, and it doesn't look like it's a raise to 400k. It looks like there's a little bit of gravy. 7-6 suited. Folded from the small. Natural 9 going down as well.
好了，KK。重动一下。
Shinhwa giving a flash of the cowboys there to the amazement of his opponents. Feeling very fortunate they dodged that one and got out of the way there. No one in the blinds had anything they wanted to get involved with, unfortunately for Shinhwa. And I think Zhang there getting a little telling off from the tournament director, potentially about where she's placing the cards in relation to the box, but haven't had any problems on our end so far.
Over to Peng, 6-5 suited. Flying off the back of kings, Jack 7 going down. Zhang with the Queen 8 has to be careful about opening here. I believe that both of these guys in the blinds are pretty short. Maybe she is going to consider just passing on this open, given the potential of getting rejammed on, and yeah, she does let it go. And in goes the jam. Ace-5 suited. 9-6 of hearts as well in the big blind. Very quickly vacating. And once again, the hand getting turned over. The ace of hearts shown. Bit of a chuckle there from Sang Chen Shu. As you were right, Grant, once that elimination happened, things kind of just tediously tottering along at the moment. Nothing too major happening. We had that big pop between He and Huang, but apart from that, not much happening at the moment.
Yeah, these
Marcus
guys
there hasn't really had an opportunity to get involved either. Came in second in chips. He slipped down to 5.2 million from the 9 million that he started with. Maybe A7 suited can change his perspective a little bit.
Yeah, these players certainly trying to crush our hourly, my friend. Pretty tedious start to this final table so far. We will go on a break in around about 10 minutes time. 15 minutes break for these players, and during that break time I'll go and have a word with them, personally tell them to loosen things up here, so we will get some more action after the break. Peng here, pocket nines, decision on his hands, 13 big blinds, facing the raise from under the gun here. Jordan, what's the go-to with pocket nines here, sir?
I mean, you'd have to take this as a jam, I would think. You got 13 big blinds, and it's not an open from one of the shorties. Whilst it may be a little bit uncomfortable given my open from under the gun, I still think nines is a little bit too good. You thinking what I'm front?
Who am I to question the master, sir? Whatever you say, I'll take as gospel. So yeah, absolutely. Good point as well about Marcus not being one of the shorties. Marcus's range wider than most. If you saw any foot yesterday on the feature table, then that surely will be noted. And pocket nines becomes quite an easy jam against the player with ranges like that. Of course, it's very different if a 12 big blind stack is opening under the gun here. Peng, though, seems in a world of hurt here and does let this one go. And we did just see A7 get discarded as well as another 7. So had the nines jammed here. Of course, it probably would have got through, but had it not, it would have been in amazing shape there for the full double up. And I do think that is the key difference here that we're seeing between trying to ladder up a few spots and putting yourself in contention to actually win this tournament. I think if we are turning away from spots like that with pocket nines, we probably are going to end up finishing somewhere 5th, 6th or 7th in this tournament. Sure, we might ladder up once or twice, but ultimately we'll be forced into an all-in situation that we can't avoid, and relying a lot on variance as opposed to jamming and taking these spots, chipping up along the way and eventually putting yourself in the running order for actually taking this thing down. So a little bit too passive there, I think, with the pocket nines, but still, Sishu living to fight another day.
Over to Zhang. Queen 9. Not quite. Shen Guan Yu, though, probably feeling pretty good about it with 14 from the button with King Queen suited. Looks like he's just going to raise instead.
This is a pretty interesting spot for Marcus in the big blind here. Seems like a great spot to jam. Your opponent 3x in here. There's a lot of dead money in the middle. You have a small pair that doesn't play well post-flop. Yep, he will jam. This is the problem here with Guanju. When you choose to only raise your hand, you will get re-jammed on. Feels as though his hand way too strong, too much equity to fold. So we are going to have a classic flip on our hands here. Marcus, ahead for now.
And an entire contingent in Australia just stood up on their feet, praying for either a hold or a 3. He is the favourite at the moment. It looks like there have been some cards folded that may have been essential for the double up for the King Queen. But let's see what all 5 has to say here. Lots of clubs playing defense there. Ace adds a 10. What will the river bring? It's paint, but no cigar. Marcus finds the elimination and gets us down to 7 players. GG's in the chat for Shen Guan Yu. He's going to take home 36,150,000 Korean won. Marcus Law getting us down to 7 with a big hold.
Post-flop by Marcus. Avoiding the King Queen of Diamonds, the hold there. Perhaps the King Queen with open jam, big. Mainly just maybe Marcus. Put the second freeze into the muck there. You'll never know though. Instead, just like that, we are indeed down to 7 players now. One step closer to having a champion here in the main event. Yeah, shout out to Jay Lin on the rail, sending the love toward Marcus. And your boy now, over 8 million chips. Once again, puts himself back in contention to take this bad boy down.
6 for Pang. He's got 13 bigs. But now that we're 7-handed, maybe he feels like he can start jamming this.
Come on, Mr. Pang. You can do it, my friend. Peng Sishu. You can do it. Find the jam. Yeah, another conservative fold. But this one, perhaps a right one in terms of theory there. Maybe we start to get down to 11 bigs. And we can start to jam that one when we are 7-handed.
Over to Zhang Ace Deuce. Feel like a raise is in order. Looks like it will be. Raise to 400 as Yu Xiaopeng's not very happy about that. Over to the blinds. 9-5 going down. Marcus, Jack-9 as well. Yishun-Ji. Dolly taking a leave of absence. Hope you guys are enjoying the coverage. We're having a great time bringing it for you.
Oh yes, I feel like a dragon right now. I'm absolutely flying, my friend. Loving life here, blessed to be alive. Another day in paradise. Day 9 of 10 here in Jeju for this Red Dragon Jeju 2025 tour. And of course, we have coverage of that closer event tomorrow. But let's not look further than this main event for now. Zhang here, King 8 suited, under the gun +1. Probably 1 pip too wide there. Thought about it, but let's it go.
Shout out to Aiden Hildebrand's on Facebook. He's somewhere between Jupiter and Saturn right now. I hope you're having a good day. Over to Marcus on the button.
Yeah,
folding Jack.
Fantastic flight, my friend. Enjoy the sights and the wonders of the world. Make sure to come landing back down safely.
And the jam is going to get put in. Peng going to have to call off for his life. Gets a look up at the clock. 9-8 offsuit. I think this is a little bit more TV time. Looks like nothing happening too much with the 9-8. Just a little bit of posturing. Probably getting closer to the break, so he doesn't want to kind of let the time pass too quickly. And very slowly the cards get mucked. So we get a pan back and a look at this amazing studio setup we've got here at Landing Casino in Jeju. And now back to the chip counts. He Shunji at current table captain, 14 million. Peng Sishu, our shorty, with 11, but close behind is Yusha Peng with 14. So still some ICM considerations to be worried about with those short stacks for the middling guys. Not too major though. Nobody with like 3 bigs or 4 bigs. So we'll let you guys know that we're expected to head on a break in about 1 minute's time. So this may be the last hand of this level before we're going to duck off for about 15 minutes. And Yusha Peng is going to use that opportunity to try and make some money. Don't know if you want to be just straight jamming aces off 14, but he's going to pray that somebody wakes up with something that can call him off with. Let's see if that will happen to Sun Yun Feng with the Queen Jack.
In the same boat as you there, Jordan. Also would be much preferring him to min-raise this one. Maybe would have got some action from the chip leader there, King Jack of Spades. But instead, being balanced with his moves here, and will slam and show the aces. Gonna only scoop the blinds, but yeah, 15-minute break, ladies and gents. Come right back for the conclusion of your main event. Let's go.
See you soon.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to this coverage of your Red Dragon Championship, your main event final table. Myself, Grant Gardner, alongside Jordan Bromley. We've already lost 2 players from our original 9 down to your final 7 now. And only 6 eliminations away from having ourselves a main event champion here in Jeju. Now straight away here, Mr. Peng Sishu has a decision to make. Starts the hand with 8 big blinds on the button, ace-4 offsuit here. Pretty sure we're going to see him send this one.
Yeah, I think all in is the worthy decision here. Looks like the triangle is going to get thrown his way, but very, very bad news for him. Huang Shengfa waking up with pocket queens, instantly reaches for a full stack of yellows and then says, hang on, I meant to make this look weak. Says, okay, what's the count? What does it look like? I definitely don't have a very strong hand here, I promise. Puts in the call. Sang with the 10 deuce. Texas Dolly, I don't think will be sticking around for much of a party here, though. So Peng is going to need to find an ace to stay alive here. Let's see how he goes.
And it didn't take long to find some action here. And you heard the tournament director. We have an all-in and a call. Here we go. Nice and clean so far for the queens. Peng now needs some help on the turn or river to stay alive here. 3 of diamonds, no additional outs. Needs to see Barry Greenstein here, or just like that, we will be down to 6 players here in your main event. And yeah, Jack of Hearts, GG's to Mr. Peng Sishu there. He is your 7th place finisher. And Jordan, if it carries on like this, my friend, we're going to be wrapped up pretty quickly here.
Yeah, definitely looking like it could be a little bit of a faster one than we imagined, but congratulations to Peng Sishu. 7th place for 47,580,000 Korean won. GG's in the chat for him, but I must say, even more GG's to the guys that are remaining. 6 players left, and they've got themselves a guaranteed 63 million won. So, hell of a result so far for them. Getting a look at the chip counts overall. Still 2 players sub 20 big blinds, as the blinds have ticked up to 125, 250 with a 250,000 big blind ante. Hee-Shun Shi, our chip captain. Huang Shenfu, though. Oh, sorry, Huang Shenfa, not close behind. Or should I say not far behind? Sorry, I'm getting my words a little bit mixed up.
It's all good. It's not like I haven't been there before, my friend. And definitely won't be the last time. I have to say, my hay fever now is kicking in very strong. My eyes starting to get very glazed over here. So I'm fighting through, doing my best here, you know, this allergy. Tough one to deal with, but I do still see Marcus opening up the 7s here. Junji right behind him. Got him dominated here with the snowmen.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll be able to find an efficient herbal remedy to be able to help you out there, Grant. I'm very sorry you're feeling that way, as we see the call is made by the pocket 8. So we saw him 3-bet a couple of pairs before, but the 8s he elects to just come along with as an 8. Looks like it's going to potentially be folded here from Zhang in the small blind. So 1 fewer out for the 8s. The 7s needing to find one to have the best hand here. 21% versus 79. Let's see what happens. The 10-3 deuce is not going to help at all. Neither player with a club. Can't see things ending too quickly on this flop, though. Looks like Marcus is going to be the one doing the betting. Fires out what looks to be 350. Hee-Shun Shi not going anywhere, though. Very quick call. 2.325 out there now. 9 on the turn. Never like to see another overcard to your pair, and both of these guys experiencing that here. Wonder if we're going to see Marcus carry on with the fight or give it up. Looks like he is going to check it over. Now, it's interesting from McKee. I wonder if he's considering betting to get value and protect against some of those overcard type holdings, a hand like ace, jack, ace, queen. No, he just checks it back and he sees the card that is not going to be too favorable in his eyes. However, in Marcus's shoes, I don't think he ever expects a 10 to fold. Don't think he's going to want to try and put any more chips in here to get value from a pair like 6s, 5s, or 4s. He does check, and the snap check back. More chips going to the chip leader. Up to 15 million once more. Had the slight misstep against Huang Shenfa earlier with the 10-5 against the Jack 10 suited, but he's managed to claw all of those all of those betting discs right back. I'm not talking about biscuits today.
Yeah, that might set me off with the munchies, my friend. Be careful. Alrighty,
Queen eight suited
Junji,
for the
now
man.
six-handed. Finds himself in the hijack. Pretty sure chip leader here will deem this one good enough to get this party started. Indeed, he does here. Half a milli is the raise. Zhang here. Pretty hand for a pretty woman. Best seat in the house on the button. We saw her come with a cheeky 3-bet earlier with the Queen Jack O. Let's see if she wants to get spicy here. But no, just lets it go. And therefore, action will make its way around to the big blind. And very poised and balanced is this gentleman.
That is certainly a unique
Seems
way
like
to have them stacked up.
Mini earthquake or something.
And I need to ask, what is that? I'm going to shout out Martin Ward from Australia. He's going to love the fact that I'm bringing this up. What is that chip protector that was sitting there? Was that a little piglet that I saw?
Could be a piglet. It could be a capybara. I'm not too sure. We're going to need the cameraman to help us out and zoom in on that thing so we can get a closer look. But yeah, some kind of little animal there. Could be a piglet. Could be a twiglet. We never know.
I will go a little bit further in depth as to what I said about Martin Ward. A friend of mine from Australia plays tournaments all over the world.
Sir. Keep it PG, please. We do have potentially some children in attendance here.
Oh, of course, of course. He has a little, it looks like a gold fidget spinner that he places on top of his chip stack. And I went up to him one day and I said, "Oh, Martin, could you tell me a little bit about your card protector?" And he got very, very offended and said, "Excuse me, Jordan. It is not a card protector, it is a chip protector." So ever since then, I've been very cautious as to what I've called these things because some people don't place them onto their cards. They place them exclusively onto their chips, as I don't quite believe what I'm seeing here.
We do have
Surely
a
this
graphical
is...
error. We have seen a 3-bet jam, I believe, from the ace-jack offsuit. But now this looks like a cold call. Yeah, we saw the ace-jack offsuit, I'm pretty sure, rejam. And then, yeah, we're walking into ace-king behind. Junji obviously opening queen-7 very light under the gun. He gets out of the way now. But cards are on their back, and therefore the ace-jack, the short stack, all in, way behind. If he can't hook himself a fish hook here, then yeah, it's GG's in 6th place.
Let's see if there are any jacks about. Not on that board. King of Hearts could be playing additional defense on a heart turn. As I will say that those graphics, guys, ignore them for now. The king will seal it. And we must say GG's in the chat to Yu Jia Peng here. Going to be finishing in 6th position. taking home 63,690,000 Korean won. As we will have the team make those adjustments, make sure that the right person has been eliminated and the RFIDs are all good. As that was not Zhang Chengchu who was all in. And that is what these guys are battling it out for, the Red Dragon Poker Tour main event trophy. As well as the Red Dragon Poker Tour Champions jacket, I'm led to believe, Grant. Is that correct?
Oh, of course, the exclusive Red Dragon Champions jacket, my friend. The very jacket that Sir Thomas Henricus Verbruggen took down yesterday after winning that Dragon Egg Mystery Bounty. And I must shout out Mr. Yita Chong as well, because he also has one of those exclusive jackets. Yeah, Bossman himself, Daddy Yita. So yeah, two guys there proving that absolutely anybody can win a tournament. Doesn't matter your skill level or your ability. So much variance and luck involved that even players that haven't studied the game before, they still have a chance to win some tournaments. And yeah, I think that's amazing. It keeps the ecosystem alive. Very unique about poker that the recreational players, even though they sit behind the pros in terms of skill, when it's their day, it's their day. Anyone has a chance to take down a tournament and feel that glory of being a champion. And of course, I'm not salty, Jordan. I'm not salty at all, my friend.
I must make note, Yita Chung, Australian yo-yo master. Those of you unaware, he is the Australian yo-yo champion from 2014. Very prominent figure in the poker world now. He's transitioned his skills from the yo-yo arena over to Texas Hold'em. Lucky for the yo-yo community that other people have a chance to potentially find a victory in those events, as look there that the ace-jack suited was folded, and we still have some issues with the graphics here. So we're going to get these updated for you guys, as it looks like the ace-jack was opened and it got it folded around, I believe. So we'll have a quick chat to our production team and see exactly what's going on.
Oh yeah, we will. We'll have a quick chat indeed. I'll grab the director by the throat in a second if they don't get these graphics fixed. This is the main event final table, guys. Come on, this is the prestigious one here. All the stakes now, you know, as high as they can possibly be here. 5 players remaining, advancing towards a champion. Just want to apologize to you, Jordan, if you feel the heat of my aggression here, but I'm sure you can feel my frustrations.
Oh, most definitely. This is the main event. We want to make sure everything is running smoothly.
I'm about to smash the screen in a second, but Shinhwa here, jacking off. I'm sure he's about to smash something, and that's the raise button, but no. Surprisingly, he lets that go there.
I believe he's actually in the big blind. Or maybe I have that incorrect as well, as things are folding around to Marcus, and here, yes, he is in the big blind, so we may have some blind action with your favorite hand, as it looks like the graphics are back and we are good to go. Sun Yun Feng folding 4-3 over to here with the Jack 10 suited, and yet we are back up and running. It's like Jack 10 and what was it that you called it? Sorry, Grant. I just want to make sure I have this right.
You mean from the big blind, sir?
Yes. What is the hand that we have in the big blind? I feel like if I say it, it doesn't have the same effect.
Yeah, your accent, it makes it sound very weird. Shinhwa is got jacking off here in the big blind. And interesting that he's going to isolate here. I'm not sure if I'm a fan of that. When you have the chip leader calling from the small blind here, you want to take these hands and kind of put them into your check back range. Okay, it's fairly strong, but the problem with jacking off, if you get faced with further aggression, that might have to be the end of it. So yeah, pretty interesting. But as played, we see action go check on the flop. I think once again there, Shinhwa could have came with a slightly different approach. His hand, although it misses the board, it does wrap around that top pair pretty nicely. And you have pre-flop betting lead, a range advantage on this dry texture. I think C betting would have been the optimal play, but still, it's not going to change anything. Shinhwa get to showdown. King high good enough here. And Junji sitting there probably wondering if he could have done anything differently in that hand to perhaps have stole it.
And I
But
will make a
still,
very
we
quick
are now.
note as well that, sorry to cut you off, Grant, but I will make a very quick note that it looks like the chip count graphics are actually slightly incorrect as well. So he is not actually up over to the 24 million mark. I actually believe we may have had a switch in the chip lead. I think Huang Shengfa may be the chip leader now. He seems to have 6 stacks of yellows and a substantial amount of blue chips. We're going to pan across and get a closer look at it. But I think we could have a new name at the top of the chip counts right now. Action around to Marcus. Flat tire, as 1.6 million is definitely not right. It's like the raise from the Queen 9 takes it up, and yeah, we can see he's got 6 stacks of yellow and a considerable amount of blue chips, which is well over 15 million. So we're going to have to get the team to update that for us. It's an open from He Junji. Zhang Shenshu with the King 8 suited at 8 million amount, looking pretty accurate. As we have been told by our production team that they are in the process of fixing that up, so that should be adjusted for us relatively soon. So it looks like Zhang is going to come with a defend.
Oh yeah, we're flying, my friend. It's like we've drank Red Bull here because it's given us wings. And now we are absolutely flying here. And if you are tuned in, watching, enjoying this experience, just give this video over on YouTube a little thumbs up for us. Drop us a little likey. Drop us a comment in the chat as well. We need way more banter, way more abuse. Come on, guys. This is the final table here. Let's step it up a little notch in all areas. Small C bet here. Easy check call with the middle pair for Zhang against his very wide button range from Junji. We can expect King 8 to very often be the best hand in this case. And even if it's not here, getting such a great price, we're happy to draw to try and potentially get there against an Ace X hand that Junji can have at some frequency. It's not like because he's on the button, he still can't have those big hands.
And we saw he do this earlier in a relatively similar spot against Huang with the 10-5 offsuit. See if he's going to be able to get the job done this time against the King 8.
I think Zhang is going to find the call. Zhang's hand here. Whoa. I'm not sure what's happening here. Is that okay? I thought she was raising, clicking something, but okay. Makes the call, and I did think she'll find it. Reason being, Junji here, his sizing, not exactly massive. Ran about 60%, 65% on the turn there. And he did this sizing before and then gave up the river. So if Zhang was aware of that, she would have noticed this pattern in the sizing, potentially picking up a sizing towel. Also, her hand here, it does block her opponent having the ace-king. So, yeah, very nice call again up by Zhang on the turn. Definitely expect her to check this one on the river and then decide based on Junji. And I think with this run out here, it'll be pretty hard for Junji to find a bet on the river.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens. It looks like those graphics have been updated now. Junji up to 14 million. That looks a lot more like what he has. Now, last time he waved the white flag. This time is the same. King is going to pick up a very nice pot. Zhang over 10 million now.
have to say it is an absolute honor to be a part of the best stream ever in the history of Red Dragon. All thanks to you, Mr. Jordan Bromley, carrying the team all week long. And today, the viewers at home getting blessed to see the man himself, the Aussie legend, live in the flesh, on camera. So yeah, for sure, this is a highlight in the history of Red Dragon. For sure, the best stream that's ever been, that's ever lived. So hats off to you, sir. Honoured to be a part of it with you.
Well, a commentary duo was only as strong as both members, and I must say thank you so much for an amazing 10 days so far, 9 days so far. I've had an absolute blast. Could not have done it without your assistance, as it looks like Sun is weighing up at defense from the big blind, but Huang has made it a very large size, going to 800k at a 250k big blind, so a little bit over 3x, and that's going to get the fold from the Queen 7 suited. So it looks like the tournament director has come over and potentially just going to get a check on exactly how many chips everybody has to make sure that this is all looking good and looking like all of the chip counts are accurate, because it looks like Huang has almost 12.5 million just in yellows. So
yeah, 16.5 million, if my eyes don't deceive me right there.
Grant Gardner, the spot count wizard.
Whoa. 18 million. Wow.
Eights of Zhang Chenshu here. Both of these guys are pretty short. I wonder if she's not just going to jam on them. It looks like she's going to reach for a raise instead. Looks like 650. No, 550, forgive me. Sung Jun Fen. 10-7 suited in the small blind. Just lets it go. Marcus now 6.5 million with Queen 8 suited. Definitely going to be defending this. Going to be in rough shape though, given the 2 8s that are already in Zhang Chenshu's hand. But let's see a flop and see what it brings regardless. 5-3-6. Definitely one better for the big blind, but with the overpair, you're not too stressed about it. Wonder if Marcus is considering a lead on this board. Something that you will see occasionally, and looks like he is going to reach. 375 goes in. Zhang does not look fazed by this bet, even remotely. Wow, reaching for those yellows. 100,000 each. Are we going to see a raise? Looks like we are. And I wonder how quickly Marcus is going to either relinquish or find maybe the ever elusive flop 3 bet on this board. No, he does just decide to let it go. Five remaining. Locked up 86 million won so far. 86 million Korean won. So nice payday so far for these guys.
Mr. Shinhwa, probably one of the most entertaining players on this final table, and especially yesterday, day 3 coverage. Definitely playing a little bit unconventional. Got his own style. And it's working out for this man. Sitting here now, 5-handed as the chip leader. Lovely spot to be in indeed. And of course, none of these guys want to call it a day just yet. So close now to being crowned main event champion. And 250k USD. Not a bad payday at the office. Yunfeng, Queen Jack off here. 20 bigs on the button and just lets it go. Doesn't want to raise into too big a stacks. And pretty interesting to let the Queen Jack go there. When you are the shortest stack at the table, I think V-pipping from the button still makes sense with Queen Jack. So I think that fold there a little bit too tight, and given the bigger stacks a little bit too much credit for being able to put the pressure on you. I think it's very different when you are the shortest stack. Those big stacks, they're not going to put the pressure on you as much because they know there's no ICM implications on you anymore. You're not in ICM jail. You're not trying to outlast any shorter stacks. You are the shortest stack at the table. But still, Queen Jack into the muck. So Yunfeng showing that he wants to play this one close to the chest here.
Queen 8 for He Junji. And the small blind is going to keep the limping. A6 for Huang Shenfa. Going to check it, and well, hope you were playing bonuses. King, king, king on the flop. And goes a bet from the ace high. Very quick call from the Queen 8. What will the turn card bring? Oh my goodness. Has the deck been shuffled, guys? Do we want to make sure that everything is looking smoothly? As yet another bet goes in from ace high, and with Queen high, it's a little bit awkward.
Yeah, I don't think we can fold the Queen high here, especially given Shenhwa's reputation. And this pot got checked back, correct me if I'm not mistaken, pre-flop. So very hard for Shenhwa to actually have anything here that Queen high is losing to. So I actually do think Junji is going to station this river here. I would like to see Shenhwa go big, polarize, and near pot sizing sounds about right here to target a Queen high or Jack high hero call.
Looks like around 1.4 million, so roughly 2/3. And He Junji is hating this.
Oh yes, you see it all over the man's face, in a world of trouble. But I think he's going to flick it in, Jordan. I think he's going to find the hero call here.
I wouldn't fault the hero, especially if the pot was limped pre, which in this occasion it definitely was. Time bank is going to be utilized, give this one a little bit more thought. It was a triple off. Do we think that Huang is capable of tripling off a hand like 10-6 offsuit here? Maybe. It depends on how he was playing yesterday, of course, from what you were saying before. Grant, it sounds like he isn't known for being tight. Definitely
Yeah, Mr.
sounds like some
Junji.
bluffs are capable.
Junji was also at his table for most of that session.
And then goes the call. And just like that, we have our first player eclipsing 20 million chips, and he's happy about it. I can't fault him. I'd be happy about it as well. Absolutely flying right now.
Oh, yeah. Mr. Shinhwa also been on the Red Bulls. Growing a pair of wings, and man is absolutely flying now above the clouds here. Starting to run away with this one. Your chip leader, five-handed here in your Red Dragon Championship, your main event here in Jeju. If you're tuned in on the YouTube, drop this video a quick like for us. Drop us a comment as well. Let us know where you're watching from. Myself, Grant Gardner, alongside Jordan Bromley. Honored to bring you guys the action here from the Landing Casino and Resort.
It's actually a good mix up there. I reckon people should start using that, calling it a casort if it's a casino resort. It's actually not too bad. It's got a bit of a ring to it. So does pocket 10s, another gun for 20. See if Sun Yun Feng is going to just raise or if he's going to take it as a jam, puts it a time bank. Wants to make sure he's making the right decision. Weighing up all the options, raise to 2 big blinds, put in 19 big blinds, request the triangle. What is the best way to go about it? Looks like more time is required. Feels like a very close spot for him. Not sure the best way to go. What do you think, Grant? What do you think we're going to see?
And I have no idea at this point. Mr. Yunfeng got his own style. Looks like a committing raise here. Almost half his stack into the middle.
Looks like he's trying to make life about as difficult as possible for our dealers. They do a fantastic job, as always. Does put in what looks to be 1.45 million or 1.5 million with the pocket 10s. Time to see if anybody wakes up with any hands. Huang Shengfa not going to be. Oh, Zhang Shenshu with ace jack. What do we think is going to happen here? Yep, the jam comes out. And these guys are going to be racing. I don't think we're going to see a raise to 1.4 and then a fold from the 10s. So now it's just a matter of flicking in the remainder and saying good luck.
Yeah, I think the problem with this size in pre-flop with the 10s, you take away the chance for your opponents to induce them with a hand like Junji had on the button, ace-2 of spades. You've made it too many big blinds for these guys to try and get involved. And making it this size, okay, it does allow you to get away in certain situations. But I think when the big blind rejams on you, that is not one of them. I think more commonly speaking, 2 all-ins in front of you, and you can consider then folding the 10s. But right now, I think here, we're just going to have to call this one off and pray to the poker gods that 10s here can be the best hand. Yeah, we do see the call. Cards on their back, Jordan. We're off to the races, my friend.
Yeah, and the percentages aren't going to be exactly equal given there was an ace folded. So we're going to have to see how this one pans out. Sun with an opportunity to get over 10 million. Zhang with a chance to get us four-handed. Let's see all 5 and see who comes out on top. The flop. No ace or jack just yet. 10s still in the lead. 5 outs remaining, as we can see in the top right of screen. Repeat queen on the turn. Sun Yun Feng needing to fade a jack or Barry. Instead, it is another lady. And that is going to even things out quite considerably. I mean, Marcus is now going to be our short stack with around 6 million. But that's still over 23 bigs, so...
45。这牌肯定要推了呀，我怎么办呢？唉，顶住起飞了，不是顶住，发出来起飞了。
And you see the side there
可惜了，
from Zhang Chenji.
重新来过。
Yeah, if she would have been able to spike there, could have been a very, very different story. We would already, be down to 4 players now. And of course, she would have a lot more chips in front of her. But that's tournament poker. Anything can change in the flip of a coin. And winning flips a huge part and a big factor in being able to run deep in tournaments. Mr. Junji in the cutoff now. King 9 offsuit. Half a milli is the price to go here. Action will fold over to the big blind. Yunfeng, Queen 3 of diamonds. Let's see if he wants to get in the mixer and defend this one here. He's getting over 4-1 on a call.
Yeah, Queen 3 feels like a pretty comfortable defend. And in it will go. Jack 8-5, not able to help him out at all. King High still the best hand. Going to check it, play in flow over to our X-chip leader, down to 11 million now. $350. Down goes the Queen 3 suited.
Yeah, easy money for Junji. And perhaps Junji there, just past wind. Marcus there, covering up with the hoodie. Not a fan of the aroma at the table. Have to say, Jordan,
Can't say I've heard that say on stream before.
I was just about to say, I've been way too serious so far on this stream, and it is main event, final table. So I think I need to start loosening up a little bit, my friend, and coming back to myself. And yeah, definitely confirming what I just suggested is true now. You can see
just like Shinhwa, Grant, you just got to let it all out. You just got to let it all out.
That's it. Got a bit of deja vu here. 7s and then 8s waking up.
I've seen this one before. Ace-5 for Sun Yunfeng in the small blind. Around 15 bigs, so a lot more comfortable than earlier. Decides against it. What is Marcus going to have? Queen 3 is really not getting any hands. So we are going to go heads up. 7s and 8s.
I'm not going to say it, Jordan. I'm thinking it, my friend.
Instead, it's a 9, king, and a 4. Both of these guys do have clubs, and with 2 clubs out there, that may become something to look at. Looks like he is going to keep betting. This is exactly what happened when Marcus was in his shoes earlier. Stabbed the flop, checked the turn, and then checked the river. I wonder if we're going to see exactly that once more. The 10 of diamonds was the exact turn card last time.
We're living in a simulation. It's confirmed.
He checking it over. Are we going to see a check back from Huang Shinhwa? Yes, we are. The river deuce changing and nothing. Another check. And are these guys just going to show it down? Or is Huang going to be an absolute sicko and try and irk out some very thin value? Doesn't look like he's too confident. Double looking at his chips about 3 times. Goes for a time bank. Wow, it looks like he is going to reach for chips. And I wonder, is this bet meant to try and get a fold from a 9? Or is this bet trying to make it look like it's trying to bluff ace high off the hand? What do you think, Grant?
I don't know. This may even be Shinhwa turning his hand into a bluff here, like you said, trying to get a 9 to fold. But we'll never know unless we get to sit down with Shinhwa. Perhaps if he's champion of this event, we can interview him and ask him about this specific hand, because it would be interesting to get his insights for sure. But it will be so sick if Junji puts him on missed clubs or a hand that's bluffing and makes the call here. Maybe we get to see then from Shinhwa's reaction when it comes to showdown, if he knows he's got the best hand or if he actually thinks he's bluffing here.
Really giving this one some thought. I think we're due to see another time bank card thrown in. Yeah, he's going to lean back and give this one quite a lot of careful consideration. And fair enough. I mean, this pot is going to be worth north of 7 million chips, which is roughly 1/7 of the chips in play. Huang doesn't care. He's totally relaxed. Yeah, sure, if he calls and he has a better hand, well, whatever. I tried. That would not be the case, though. If he calls, he's going to move up to roughly 23 million, which is almost half the chips. Are we going to see the elusive triple time bank? No, the fold gets made. And I think when he sees the replay, this is not going to be the hand he expects to see. Let's get a look at the chip counts. All of our bust outs so far: Ni Yipeng, Shengguan, Yang Xishu, and Yu Jiapeng. We're no longer in this one. Marcus, Sun, Zhang He, and Huang are still in it. These guys guaranteed a payout of 86 million Korean won so far. But it's the 360 million for the winner that they are thinking more closely about. Sun Yun Feng, Jack 8 suited on the button. Feels like a worthy candidate. Not a fan of the Alec Torelliism we've got going on here, though, Grant. A lot of those yellow chips are hidden behind those blues.
Yeah, definitely intentional as well. You can see it on his face. Can't hide that from anyone, especially me.
Action over to the big blind with a mystery hand right now. What are we going to see here? Oh, the King 10 offsuit finds the 3-bet. Is it? It's not Marcus that's 3-bet. Marcus did fold the 7-5. He with the 3-bet with the King 10 offsuit. Over to Sun with the Jack 8 of diamonds. It's so annoying to see this happen, but I think you're just going to have to let this one go. Looks like he only has one time bank card remaining. So he is going to fold.
Yeah, discipline fold. Frustrating, like you said, Jordan. But yeah, fold is the move here. Nicely timed by Junji, fully aware that with Marcus there, sandwiched between them as the shorter stack, he can just put the pressure back on Yunfeng. So chose to take an aggressive line with the King 10 offsuit, and I like it. He's even going to get some dominated hands like King Jack and maybe even King Queen to fold there. So yeah, ICM once again being utilized extremely well by Junji.
So we get a bit of a pan up look at our studio here at Landing Casino in Jeju. Fantastic job done by the production team for this entire 10-day series. There's still one day to go after today. So if you are watching on Facebook or YouTube and you want to stay up to date with when we go live, make sure you hit that follow on Facebook and subscribe to the YouTube channel. Jack 9 suited for Sun Yunfeng, a slight upgrade from the last hand. See if he has a similar plan in mind. No, decides to fold this with a very aggressive chip leader in the big. Marcus cannot catch a break here. And Huang is going to get a walk.
Easy decisions for our boy Marcus, staying out of trouble.
As he falls down below 20 bigs. As I think that number might actually be a little bit incorrect, guys. I think he is even shorter than that. I think he might be around 3.5 million.
Oh, there you go. He's getting called out.
Yep.
Mr. Torelli. Dealer is finally onto him there. Are we going to see a penalty? I'm all for it. Mr. Junji, best seat in the house on the button, comes in for the min raise here, 500k, and now Zhang, 8-5 a diamond in the big blind. Pretty nice hand here to defend, I'm sure.
Yeah, most definitely.
Jordan, do we have any nicknames for the holdings of Mr. Junji?
I'm going to go out on a limb and say you're going to call it the canine. The Labrador.
It's very close, sir.
Or is it really the caniner? There's no way.
No, I'm gonna call it the woof.
Oh my god, okay. As we
Yeah,
see
from
the
now
Jack
on.
10-8 flop. Both of these guys connecting in a different way. Zhang with bottom pair. Ji with an open ender. Back over to Junji, who checks it back. Repeat 10 on the turn as some counterfeit outs populate. 14 of them up top.
Yeah, and after checking back, Junji can definitely represent a 10 here on the turn, but Zhang, he's gonna bet the 8 here for value / protection. Given that we kind of have a super draw with the King 9. if a queen was to roll off. We speak of the devil. And Zhang was holding a 9. Obviously king 9 now, that's still the better hand. Zhang cannot be loving life now on this run out here. Surely she'll be leaning towards check folding.
Yeah, 2.375 million out there, but you can't love that river. One thing that might be in her mind, though, is that maybe she thinks that she's going to have more 9s than Junji will, given he checked back at the flop. So maybe a little bit of sneakiness on the flop here from He Junji is going to get him paid. Gonna have to see what is decided from Zhang Shenshu here.
Red Dragon closer day 1A. Tournament start in 5 minutes. Players, please go back to your seat. Once again, Red Dragon closer day 1A. Tournament start in 5 minutes.
Really thinking this one through.
Please go back to your seat.
Looks like the check is the decision.
Alrighty, Jordan. What's the sizing here?
Well, it depends on what you're trying to target. If you're trying to target a 10, I wouldn't hate going about half pot. Looks like it's 1.7, so almost full pot.
30-minute duration. The school, would you like to join the tournament? Go to the registration area.
Forgive me, 1.5 million. It's a little bit less. There's somebody who's really happy in the background. Very happy in the background. Time bank utilized. Zhang gonna give this some thought.
You've got to think here from Zhang's perspective. After leading the turn and getting called, what exactly can your opponent be holding?
Yeah.
Is he really going to float you on the turn with just ace high that turns itself into a bluff here? Because pretty much every hand, even all the draws, they complete on this river, and an 8 is now way behind.
Wow, the call is not made. Time bank goes in. Thought those were chips in the middle. One thing that I'm wondering is whether or not he would ever check back a queen on the flop and then go for value with it on the river, trying to get paid by a jack. So it looks like she is going to call, and she's going to see that king 9 was checked back on the flop. Wow. There's a really nice pot going He Junji's way, and really not a nice one for Zhang Shenshu. Going to slip down to around 22 blinds.
Yeah, I don't like the call, to be honest. Junji there can have many hands, even a hand like queen 10. Even a 10 potentially, just betting the river after being checked to. Ace king also getting there on the river. But all those hands in his range, like king queen, that made a pair, still ahead of 8-5 on the river. More misstep there from Zhang, but I have to say, after seeing her on the stream numerous occasions this series, it does strike me as the first time she's ever put a step wrong. So the first glimpse there,
I have to agree with you there.
But she's actually human, Jordan.
Hanging the small blind 10-4 offsuit. Just going to come with a call. This is one of those hands where I feel like sometimes you'll see people raise to 3.5 big blinds just trying to take the pot away with 10 high. On this occasion, it's good timing that she didn't give that a go. It wouldn't have worked against King Queen.
Yeah, I think the important thought to have here when holding King Queen is to be aware of your opponent's stack. and have a plan in mind if you decide to isolate here. So if you are going to put more chips in a pot, I think you've got to be prepared to call off versus Zhang if she was prepared to limp jam. But instead, Yunfeng going to put this into his check-in range, presumably the top of his check-in range here. Any stronger hands would be indeed isolated. Amazing flop for Yunfeng here, king 5-3, but as we can see, it's going to be pretty hard to get paid here from Zhang. She completely whips here, and her check, I presume, is her just check folding here.
$400K from the king queen, and yeah, down it goes. So I'm going to be very happy with that. He was the short stack for quite a while, but he's managed to spin it back up nicely. Five remain, 997 entered. Definitely towards the pointy end. If you're watching on Facebook or on YouTube, please send through whereabouts you're watching from. We've had people tuning in from Australia. We've had people tuning in from Asia. I want to know exactly where you're watching from. Over to Sun Yunfeng, Jack 5 offsuit in the small blind.
Jackson 5, baby. Here we go.
There we go. Another hand. Add it to the list.
And Jordan, please don't say please to these viewers, okay? They don't deserve it. We've told them so many times now to like the video, to drop a comment where they're watching from. I can see way more viewers right now than people have liked this video. So no more manners from us. I think we just need to ramp up the aggression here and start to be a bit more firm and direct with these people at home. So once again,
so
guys, you're blessed. Go ahead, sir.
I was going to say, what you're saying is to pull a Huang Shengfa and ramp the aggression up a bit and just take and tell people what to do. And in this occasion, we want you to subscribe to the YouTube channel, and you must like the video on Facebook as well. We've still got another day of action, and you don't want to miss it.
All right, we're only allowed to use nicknames for hands going forward. Flat tire under the gun folds.
Flat tire, let go.
No comment. That's the rule as well.
Over to natural 9. Is that all right?
Anything goes, my friend.
That's going to get folded as well.
Prison rules. It's actually a very hard game to play.
I feel like defaulting back to other card games is not the best way to go about it. I feel like we need to be more inventive, but I'm sure we'll get there. Zhang Shenshu, 4-3 suited. Folding, sort of in the cutoff, likewise Queen 6. I don't think Marcus has played a hand in about an hour. He really hasn't had any opportunities to open or raise or even jam. He's been very, very handcuffed. (973) with a couple of hearts. Gut shot for Junji. Huang, though, with the best hand with Queen 8. Better 300 from the gut shot. Four of hearts, adding a flush draw to the Jack 10. I think one more street of aggression will probably win this hand. It's very hard to call twice with Queen High, no heart. It looks like that is the plan that he has in place. Fires once more, plenty of yellows in there, and down goes the best hand. Nice aggression there from Junji, taking it down, getting the job done. 21 million and 16 million for those two. These other guys can only watch on. 24 bigs, 20 bigs, and 19 big blinds. Have a feeling that there's going to be a blind increase just around the corner as well. To 150, 300, so those numbers are going to shrink once more. As I have received confirmation from our team on site, guys, that the conclusion of this event, we will continue broadcasting the second day of the Dragon Super High Roller Tournament. So make sure you get comfortable, because we are. It's going to be a very, very long day.
It's going to be a long grind,
I have to go and potentially grab myself another coffee a little bit later. Staying alive via caffeination.
Let's go. It's like putting a plaster across the cracks. It will hold up for now, but long term, not going to do the job. Running on fumes by the end of today, but we'll get there. We're fighting on. I do expect that super high roller to finish extremely late.
Yeah.
Given that it's a great structured event, and also the players in it, they know what they're doing. They're not the kind to punt it off. They'll be playing extremely tight, especially in ICM situations. So it could be a monumental grind for the two of us today, Jordan.
Well, if the regular high roller was anything to go off, which finished at 5 a.m. local time, this is a marathon. We're going to be here well into the early hours of the dawn. So be ready for that, guys. As Zhang Shenshu probably feels like the sun is setting a little bit on her stack. Slipping down below what looks to be 4.5 million, which is approaching what a man named Joe Stapleton might like to call the danger zone.
Yeah, props to Joe. Absolute legend, OG. Had the pleasure to meet him way back in the day when I was at university. I was actually living in Sweden at the time on an exchange program and missed my exam because I flew back to the UK to catch the back end of a poker festival. I believe it was at Dusk Till Dawn, at the time Europe's biggest casino in Nottingham. And I was there for I believe the Amateur Poker Championships. As we do see open and a jam here from Zhang. And I think Shinhwa might find the call here, given that he opens on the button. And this rejam is only for 13 big blind. Needs 10 here. Quite often in good shape.
And to be honest, I think Zhang might have cost herself a potential double up here. Instantly after she ripped, she basically called her rail over saying, guys, I'm going to be all in. And that doesn't strike me as very weak. I really think that had she not said anything, this ace-10 may have flicked in the call. But otherwise, I think he's just going to be passing it up.
Yeah, Jordan Bromley with the soul reads once again. Picking up on those live towels.
Using a time bank, no decision made just yet. It's for a further 3.2 million, so that inflated open size is probably going to not do him any favors as he's open to 800k instead of the usual 600 that you tend to expect. And this is one of the issues that you run into when you do anything apart from that min open. When there are short stacks out there, you feel almost obligated to put the rest in because you've already put in so much. Gets another look at the ace 10 and mucks it. Nice fold, sir. And
Great
Zhang,
fold.
had you not yelled out to your rail, you might be 4 million chips richer.
Yeah, great fold by Shinhwa on the fault. Great read by Jordan in the booth. And just like that, only a small pickup for Zhang. Not exactly the full double she was looking for. Seems like right now no one can put a dent in the armor of Shinhwa. His chip lead now becoming quite the distance between him and the second person here, Junji. 22 million.
Yeah, but with the blinds ticking up, now to 150, 300k, just one 3-bet pot and all of that could change. Shi going to raise up the ace-5 offsuit from under the gun. And this is another hand where if you open and get jammed on, you're going to have a kind of awkward decision. Marcus in the big blind with the stack that he has could definitely make it rather awkward. As looks like Zhang with the 10-7 is weighing the options up here. Eventually lets it go. Sun Yunfeng playing snap from the small blind. Looks like he may have a bit of an interest in this one. Does decide to just fold. And Marcus can't catch a break. Queen 7, down it goes.
3K 欧那把牌翻前推你不能要吧
？A10都不要，我3K 会要吗？
那翻后你在干嘛呢？
我领先啊，我领先肯定要扣啊，是吧？
哦，对，自己也是。你打得很好啊。
啊？是啊。A10我觉得落后啊。
就是落后肯定不来，对吧？不来绞死我的那种，是不是？
你是男孩子，我就可能就来了。女孩子手下留情嘛，对不对？风险嘛，大概率输，要不然就守对，要不然就 AT 档会大我一些。
Sun Yunfeng, Jack 9, gonna let it go. Is this Marcus's chance? No. Queen 6. Just no hands for him.
Yeah, it's been a pretty brutal few levels for our boy Marcus. Extremely card dead. Shout out to Ivlarko Liu. No idea what you're saying there. Can't read Mandarin myself, but let's assume you're cheering on your friends. So we'll say Junhao Yun. Jayo, Jayo. Best of luck to each and every one of these guys at this FT here. 5-handed now. And it is triangle time for Zhang. Jamming. And you heard her say something about ICM there. She doesn't care. She's not joking. Because she's open ripping 18 big blinds here. Definitely not the optimal move.
Deuce. Yeah, definitely not. Ace 8 deuce going down. Fading the snap by the chip leader is always a good feeling.
Miss Zhang. Maybe the wheels are starting to fall off now. Quite uncharacteristic from her. And when Marcus is sitting there so short stacked, I do think we have to raise fold king queen off there for 18 big blinds. The jam, I think, is a little bit too optimistic.
没事，我来，他们都不来的。
是吗？那不客气了啊。
别呀，你别来呀，跟你有什么关系？
我带走一个，我等下就是亚军，
别呀，我保护你。
好的。
He Jinji, King 10 suited. Finds the raise to 600. Oh, but Ace King for Zhang. A little bit more stoic this time.
And do you think there's any room to induce here, Jordan, or are we just going to see the triangle?
This is definitely one of those hands you could try it with. Looks like she is going to put in the 3-bet. To 3.6.
幸运数字。
So does commit most of her stack. And the fold comes out from the King 10 suited.
Good faults up.
再推几下
We saw Junji way behind and dominated there by Zhang, getting away cheaply.
我没关系，他们叫我稳住，一直叫我稳住。
And pretty weird sizing there from Zhang.
我这个稳住前三。
No other players left in the hand. Normally you see them leave chips behind.
你就是第一呀。
There's potentially future scenarios will develop where they'll want to get away from the hand. In this case, it didn't really make sense. It was a virtual all-in. And with that sizing, you're never going to induce an all-in because you've clearly already stated that you're committed. So I think perhaps the sizing there a little bit off, a little bit in between. Would have preferred to see the jam or come with the sizing like 1.5 million, 1.8, where it appears in your opponent's eyes that you still can potentially fold, therefore opening the door for some light 4-bet jams, thinking they have fold equity. But Zhang now, going wild, once again jamming in here. This one a bit more standard though, ace-9 offsuit, blind v blind. Has their opponent covered as well, so pretty nice spot there to just rip it in.
Yeah, as the chips are definitely starting to fly around the 150, 300k blind level. These guys are recognizing that we are definitely reaching the pointy end of this event. He Junji folding 6-4, likewise Huang Shengfa. Zhang with the greatest hand ever created, the 5-3 suited.
Yeah, and you've got to be very careful because the pointy end, it can hurt a lot, Jordan.
Definitely can. 7.5 million, not enough to be opening this hand. What are we going to see in the small blind? Ooh, ace 10 suited. 15 big blinds. And Marcus has well fewer chips than that. Are we going to see the triangle? Yes, we are. Marcus, once again, no hand, and he just looks dejected, almost. Can't quite believe that he just cannot make any hands here.
Yeah, poor lad. I feel for him for sure. Super card dead on this FT. But yeah, the rail not giving up. Inshallah, they still believe your boy Marcus has got it in him to take this down. And I have to say, I agree. He has got 10 big blinds, but anything can happen. It does strike me as potentially the most skilled player at this final table as well. And that's a big statement. Because we have some other beasts here in attendance. Zhang, definitely one of them. And it's always nice when you're chipping up. Got a bit of a wild image, and then you pick up a monster hand.
Yeah, ace king for the third time in about 2 orbits. Puts in the raise, and this is again one of those massive raises. I wonder if she's trying to utilize the slight image that she's kind of created for herself here of being a little bit crazy. And craziness doesn't really matter when you've woken up with 10s on the button. Started this one with a little bit over 17 blinds. Time bank utilized. Feel like the all-in triangle is only moments away from being requested. What? Wow, that is not the fold I was expecting to see. What on earth? Pocket 10s getting folded off of 17 big blinds there. That is absolutely shocking to me. He stays alive, but potentially missing out on an opportunity to find a gigantic double up there.
Yeah, pretty speechless over here. I feel like had Zhang had a bigger pair, he would have chose a smaller sizing. So I feel though 10s there against her range is doing pretty fantastic.
Yeah.
Would have liked to have seen the jam. Marcus here. Talking to jamming, it's his turn. Finally able to pick up some chips here. Wins apart. Let's go. It's going to feel super good after having to fold for an eternity here. So vital pickup for your man Marcus. Got about 13 big blinds now. Is this the start of the comeback here? This show is far from over.
He'd want to hope so. He really hasn't had the luck of the cards go his way so far on this final table. Sun Yunfeng, King Jack. Raising to 600, fold from Huang. Things can't seem to break through to the next payout section. Continue marching five-handed. Oh, but Marcus ace-king. Reaching for chips. Are we going to see a jam or a raise? Looks like a raise, and in it goes. Wang Shengfa, Jack 10. Gets out of the way. Likewise, Sang over to Sun Yunfeng. Going to fold as well. So Marcus winning a couple of hands.
Yeah, your boy Marcus. Vital pickups indeed, but for sure. The small raise with ace king there, was hoping for action behind him. Chose to just open up the 14 big blind stack. Presumably inviting other people to 3-bet over the top. Would have been a great spot to try and get the money in there with ace king. But gonna have to just settle for the blinds and the ante. But still, always nice to survive uncontested at a final table. Especially when payouts now start to become so steep. Just surviving can be worth so much money. Blind v blind here. Yunfeng, king 10 offsuit. Starts the hand sub 20 bigs. It's not impossible that all of the money ends up in the middle here. Yunfeng has been playing slightly on the passive side. Has Marcus dominated now, and yet Marcus happy to put this hand into his checking back range. Middling strength hand, presumably taking a polarized approach to isolate him from the big blind there. 7-4-4, 2 spades. Nothing to shout about for either player, but king high is still the best hand for now.
Check, check, though. Turn card is the 5 of spades. Neither of these guys with one. Sun is going to double check that now. $900K in the middle. Are we going to see him reach out and try and take this one away? No, but we see the queen on the river. Looks like things are finally starting to turn in Marcus's direction. He rivers the best hand. Now he's hoping that his opponent is going to try and bet here so he can pick up a little bit of extra value. Instead, another check. And I wonder if Marcus is potentially about to get paid. If he bets an amount that might look suspicious, we could see a call go in with king high, and he fires out a bet. Sun has been a little bit sticky in the past. I wonder if this is going to be one of those scenarios. 550 may seem enticing when action checks all the way to the river. Doing his best to cover himself up. Instead, the fold comes out from king high. Getting a look at our chip leader there. It's been a little bit quiet for a while, but he's still got a mountain of betting discs to work with. I almost called them biscuits, but not allowed to.
Now you can, my friend. You can do anything you want. You know, as Australia's best commentator, all options open on the table for yourself.
Freedom to call them biscuits, which means that Grant is no longer hungry. Managed to get a snack in on the break. Oh, over to Sun Yunfeng. King 10 suited for 17 blinds. What do we think, Grant?
Yeah, interesting spot here. Yunfeng, as I said before, been leading more towards the passive side. You do have...
Oh, and good timing too.
The big stack in the big blind to be scared of. Perhaps an open jam with a hand like king 10 suited could be fine. But I think now, facing the jam,
wow,
I don't think we can call off with a hand like king 10. In fact, it's not even a jam. It's going to come with a 3-bet here, which will give Yun Feng some rope potentially.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like this might look a little bit stronger than jamming to some people. Definitely going to have some hands that you're going to want to bluff like this, but for the most part, people don't tend to find them as the King 10 does go down.
屡试不爽。屡试不爽。
好了，马被洗没了。
86 million Korean won locked up for these guys.
马被洗没了。
Jump from 5th to 4th is from 86 to 119, so pretty considerable amount to be worrying about. No doubt Marcus is going to have that on his mind as the short stack here. Zhang Chenshu's Queen 3. Don't think this one's going to be getting played. Over to he in the small blind. King 7 goes down.
这虎来的太突然。
No action to be had there.
啊，
推一把就行了。
可以可以。
之后不用，就这把，好不好？
啊，那没牌肯定放给你了。
没牌不要抠嘛，不要抠嘛，然后你又没位置。那一把嘛，都是老乡，
啊，
对吧？
这是，不要说不啊，在桌上
他一起。拍照了呢。
我又不喜欢拍照。
昨天是你们一群人要拍照。
他是要做那个，跟那个什么传奇啊，要在日本什么啊干嘛？不是，我也不清楚，就是传奇应该跟他签合同，就是要在日本举行嘛，应该。传奇在日本办比赛？我不知道，应该大概吧，可能会在日本举办嘛。
Marcus with 6s and 5.1. Fires out a raise. Oh, looks like He Shun Shi is going to find a 3-bet with the 10-8 suited. We haven't seen spice in us like this for quite a while. Nothing for Huang. Over to Zhang Chenshu. Ooh, pocket 7s. Facing open 3-bet. 23 big blinds behind. But I say again, the issue is that you really haven't seen much 3-bet bluffing going on. So this 3-bet from He Shun Shi looking pretty strong. Time bank is going to be utilized.
Yeah, very interesting decision here for Zhang. 24 bigs to start the hand, or 25 bigs rather. 23 behind now after posting the big blind ante and the big blind. Has a perfect hand here that can just jam. But it all comes down to what she determined the range of Junji to be like here as the chip leader. I actually think Marcus has an easier jam than Zhang. And he's not going to take it there, folding the 6s.
Yeah, it does decide just to let it go.
Potentially, like you said, Jordan, we haven't seen too much 3-bet bluffing there, so they're going to adhere to the side of caution.
Dealer changeover.
淘汰吧，有没有茄子到站了？淘汰一个茄到站。
Or Marcus with 8s and 15 bigs. 5-handed, do you think this one should just be a request of the triangle, Grant?
Very interesting spot here, Jordan. Now with 5-handed under the gun essentially becomes hijack. So 15 bigs, pocket 8s. I think we can go either way here. Marcus electing to min-raise it. And I don't think Yunfeng will be defending this holding. From what we've seen so far, seems like Yunfeng, the man, not really looking to take these close spots, these fringe hands. He's always ended up folding. We saw the fold with pocket 10s as well. So yeah, definitely playing more passive and on the tighter side.
Yeah. And we see the fold is made. So now our clear short stack with 3.9 million, 13 big blinds. Have to wonder when he's going to pull the trigger. If fold ends, what is he waiting for? As we see the chip counts, Huang still up in the lead with 64 bigs. 58 close behind Shunxi. Ooh, ace-8 for Shunxi here. Going to find a raise to 600. Over to the blinds. Sun without a qualifying hand. What will Marcus wake up with? All pocket 7s. Do we just see the 3-bit jam? And he does. Looks like He Shunji was beckoning for a count. I think ace-8 is a little bit too wide.
And Marcus navigating this final table perfectly. Super card dead for a long period of time. Didn't get frustrated. Still playing his A game. Found all the spots perfectly. Once again, nicely timed rejam. Don't think Junji can call.
Doesn't seem too stoked with the situation. And I think he's making it look a lot closer than it actually is. Gets one more look at the ace-8. Bit of a shrug of the shoulders and does let it go. Nice pot there for Marcus. Up to 6 million. Back over 20 bigs.
Yeah, great pickup. Some breathing room now. And actually some playability for Marcus now. So yeah, it will be interesting to see if he changes gears, should he continue to pick up some decent holdings.
Zhang Queen 10 in the cutoff. Seen some wild moves from her recently. I wonder if Queen 10 is going to be opened at all. No, it does go down. Short stack Sun Yinfeng. 8-5 suited on the button. Quick brain massage to get all the electrons firing. Not going to be firing any chips in, though. Marcus Jack 9. Going to attempt a limp. Let's see what Junji wakes up with. No, these guys are playing snap. Let's see who balks first. As both players flop a jack. Marcus, the only one with a heart. Check, check very quickly. 8 of clubs. Another check. Guys trying to out-trap each other. In goes the bet. A little bit shaky. Quick call going in from Marcus. What will the river bring? It is the 7 of spades. 10-9 does complete, but I can't see much of a world where these guys don't just chop the money up. Do think we are going to see a bet, though. I would be very surprised if this one checked down. What amount is he, Junji, going to bet to try and target an 8? Looks like 1.25 million. Snap call goes in. Chop, chop. Bit of a smirk from both of these guys. Counts once more. Huang Shengfa, 64 bigs. He Junji, 56. Sun Yunfeng still our shorty.
Once again, a little bit of a stalemate here with only 5 players remaining. So far, this final table coming up to the 4-hour mark now. Only 4 eliminations. So 1 per hour, not exactly fast-paced action. But as we said before, good structure and good players. It's pretty common that you'll see things get dragged out a little bit more. Yunfeng here, ace-king off in the cutoff. Question is it triangle time? Or do we want to raise to let our opponents come in over the top? Wow, interesting. Open jam. And we do see the 7s folded behind there. Potentially Marcus, assuming that he's flipping at best against this range of Yunfeng. If Marcus is aware of how Yunfeng has been playing so far at this feature table, then he will know full well 7's there. Not doing too great against the range of this gentleman on your screen right now.
So we passed 10 past 4 local time. Still 5 remaining.
And chip leader just electing to limp in here from the small blind. That will allow Zhang to proceed to see a flop here. Ace 10-4. Everybody whiffing for now, but Jack High is still the best hand. Great turn for Zhang here. Open-ended. And that will allow her to start betting. And of course, we'll get the better hand to fold there. Nicely timed semi-bluff on the turn from Zhang.
Marcus still covering up, not wanting to give anything away there. So it looks like Sun Yufang is still our shorty.
Yeah, don't worry, sir. We've got all the reads on you, my friend. Hoodie or no hoodie. We know what you've got every single time.
One Queen 9 on the button. Not even going to open that. Sang with a 7-6 suited in the small blind. Depending on how many chips are in the big blind, we may see this ripped in. For 10 big blinds, I think this is probably a jam. Looks like reaching just for a raise. And in it goes. Looks like a min raise to 600. Definitely not what we'd expect to see as we see the King 5 of diamonds.
Yeah, potentially an exploit raise here. Knows her opponent, Yunfeng, isn't one to mess around. So can just find out right now for the cheap price without needing to risk setting him in and getting snapped by a monster. So Yunfeng, happy to defend for the min raise here. Has the diamonds covered and dominated. A couple of diamonds on the board here. And surely we're going to see fireworks, but instead, it's Zhang flopping the best hand here on 873 Rainbow.
Yeah, and she's going to check it over as well. See if Sun is going to stab with King High at this board. Whilst the ranges aren't super wide, given it is a raised pot, as we see Zhang improves to 3 of a kind, the ranges aren't exactly narrow either. I mean, it was only a min raise. There's going to be plenty of hands that Sun is going to call against a min raise from the small blind. So both of these players do connect with the board like this. Zhang is going to fire. Looks like 700k. No, 600k. Quick fold from the King High. Down to 12 big blinds, Sun Yunfeng goes. Oh, 6s for Huang Shengfa. This is another one of those spots where I'm not sure whether or not you can consider just jamming on all of these guys, given how short the small blind is, as he makes a bit of a sound effect as he fires in the raise.
Yeah, this strikes me as an amazing spot to potentially jam pre-flop, just like you said. Effective stacks seem fitting for it, and Zhang may have to even fold some bigger pairs there due to ICM.
快点！啊，肯定赢了！我现在进去，不是 KK 就 A。
Ooh, queens for Huang.
再踩一个，
Another raise incoming to 800. Over to Sun on the button, 7-4. Oh, but Marcus with ace queen. Oh, and this could spell disaster for Marcus Law. He does jam and he's going to get snapped.
Triangle time. Yeah.
As another sound effect as the chips go into the middle.
Yeah, loving these sound effects. Let's see if they are bringing some luck in the way of Shinhwa. Can the ladies hold here? Shout out to Anthony Wong on the rail. Hope you're doing well, sir. Says the floor man looks like Samuel L. Jackson. I have to agree. I can definitely see it. Anthony Wong, one of the amazing bosses from Poker Dream. Shout out to Poker Dream, of course. All right, we're going to see all five here. Marcus into an ace from space. Stay alive. No good so far, Jordan.
Needs Barry. Are we going to see help from Barry on this river? No, we are not. As we say GG's to Marcus Law. Eliminated in 5th position, taking home 86,680,000 Korean won. GG's in the chat, you guys. Played a hell of a tournament, but was unable to spin it up when it mattered.
Yeah, GG, sir. A valiant effort, a great run. But 5th place is as far as it goes for Mr. Marcus Law. I like the rejam against the open on the chip leader there. Ace queen off, doing more than fine most of the time. We met with a fold and scooped up the blinds and the dead money. But this time, ran into it, met by the snap call of Shinhwa with the ladies. And the queen's holding up there. So just like that now, down to 4, even your Red Dragon Championship. 3 eliminations away from crowning a main event champion.
Yeah, things getting very nice for these guys. 119 million, the new guarantee. Huang Shenfa must be feeling absolutely overwhelmed with this spot right now. He is our commanding chip leader.
And now that we do sit four-handed, of course, maybe not this hand because we have a dead blind, but next hand, under the gun, of course, starts to become the cutoff. For now, I do believe it will be hijacked for this hand, but still, ace-9 offsuit, more than good enough to V-pip. We see Zhang going for the min-raise here. Action will fold to your overwhelming chip leader now in the big blind. Just let's go of the queen 5. Raise and take it for Zhang. Making sure she gets every penny. And of course, she's entitled to it. Has to go back in the middle now. Finds herself being the one to pay the big blind and the ante. And now that the button is adjusted and no dead small or dead big blind, yeah, like I said, under the gun now becomes the cutoff. So range is here. from UTG, of course, will be wide.
Oh, definitely. We'll let you guys
So
know
you
as well.
see
We've
the
got a
white.
break coming in roughly 10 minutes. Sorry to cut you off there, Grant.
It's all good, my friend. There's only nonsense gonna spurt out of my mouth anyway. I'm just gonna say we do have the white version of Samuel L. Jackson in the background. And Shinhwa. A bit of deja vu here. 2 queens again.
Yeah, this is starting to become a little bit comedic. Really running quite hot. He's going to limp the small blind. Zhang Chenshu with the 7-4. Around 27 bigs.
I think this limp. Oh yeah, I spoke too soon. I thought it was going to work. I thought Zhang there would perceive that as weakness and take this hand as a perfect example to isolate. If you are taking a polarized strategy from the big blind, you're going to take your top hands and some of the worst hands as well. Instead,
it's not going to work. 6 on the turn. Both players with a heart, but the Queen of Hearts well best. And the King on the river is not great, though. You never love to see an overcard to your pair. Let's see if it will work at all. Let's see if we can induce any kind of a bet here from Zhang Chenshu. Oh, and looks like it has. In goes the call. Nice try. No dice for the pocket queens.
yeah, finally got max value there for the queens in the end. Playing it slow eventually worked out for the chip leader, and the rich get richer there, inducing Zhang put a bet in the river, drawing dead.
Hope you guys are enjoying the coverage for remaining. We'll let you know that once this main event final table finishes, we will continue. We'll have a brief break, get a fresh table over. Prestige Super High Roller will continue. The Dragon. As all of these guys playing still. I will remind you again, 360 million Korean won for the champion. That translates to around 240,000 American dollars. So an absolutely insane payday incoming for one of these guys. He Junji with the King Jack suited is going to continue this party going, raising up to 600. Action folding around to Sun Yun Feng. Really not had many opportunities to find any chips going his way, and the Jack 5 is basically more of the same. Bless you, Grant.
Thank you, sir.
As the Jack 5 is going to go down. I'll remind you guys as well, there's 49 million chips in play. So as of right now, half of them are sitting with Huang. So he's definitely feeling very comfortable about this situation. When else at the start, we mentioned that all of these guys had a different favorite poker player. Favorite poker player for Sun Yun Feng didn't actually have one. He Shunji was Phil Ivey. Zhang Shenshu said Patrick Antonius, and the man with all of the chips said myself. So kind of speaks volumes to how well he's been able to overtake this table. 100% faith in himself, and it's working out. Pocket 5s for Zhang here. 7.1 million behind. Touch under 24 bigs. decides to raise to 2 million. Sun with the ace 7. He's seen this 2 million raise before. Last time he folded pocket 10s. This time ace 7, but he's got a considerably smaller stack. If I can get my words out. Looks like he's going to have a little bit of a funeral procession for his hand before probably just letting it go. Because he has to feel that if he puts the jam in, he has absolutely zero fold equity with 2 million out there. Does fold. A 9-8 suited. Very pretty. But not going to be enough against an open of this size. I would think, anyway. And yeah, down it goes. Looks like he had some devious thoughts, but didn't let them get the better of him.
Yeah, and Zhang definitely mixed up her sizings pre-flop and definitely shown some knowledge and awareness of how the varying stack sizes at this final table should therefore get you to deviate with your pre-flop sizings. And I wouldn't say it's been optimal every single time, but definitely showing that she has a lot of tricks up her sleeve and a very strong arsenal, especially when it comes to the latter stages of a tournament.
Ooh, Zhang, pocket jacks. Looks like we're going to see a regular size here. 700. Jack 7 offsuit. Again, Sun just not able to wake up with any hands. Must be getting a little bit frustrating. As he does let it go. Probably trying to kill some time off the clock as well, as I believe we're around the corner from a break. Heejun pocket 9s. This time he seems really intrigued by what Zhang is cooking with over there. What do you think is going to happen here, Grant?
Opening under the gun, like I said before, is now the cutoff. But we do have to worry about the chip leader to our left. We can't just jam ourselves here, but we can definitely 3-bet commit ourselves against Zhang. Yeah, looks like that is going to be the play here. He's gone big. 5x, 3 million.
All in and a call.
Cards are on their backs, Jordan. Here we go.
Zhang with an opportunity to get up over 15 million. This is a gigantic pot. Even higher than that, actually, up to over 16. Needing to fade a 9. Let's see if she can do it here. Heejun with a very unfortunate timing. Queen 8-7. Safe for the jacks for now.
Clean as a bean.
Jack River is going to steal it. Yeah. Massive pot. Gets herself paid and gets herself up to over 16.3 million. That is a huge pot.
Wonderful swing of things there in the favor of Zhang. Just like that, becomes second in chips on the heels of the chip leader. Huge loss for Junji there. So I do believe that's the last hand. Before we take a 15-minute break here, don't go anywhere, ladies and gents. Come right back as we conclude the coverage of this Red Dragon Championship, your main event, final table. See you soon.
997 entries. In the first place, will be taking home 360 million won. Congratulations, we have our final table. Total of 997 entries. In the first place, will be taking home 360 million won. Congratulations, we have our final table. 997 entry. In the first place, will be taking home 360 million won. Congratulations, we have our final table. Total of 997 entry. In the first place, will be taking home 360 million won. Congratulations, we have our final table. total of 997 entries. In the first place, will be taking home 360 million won.
Alrighty, we are back with a bang, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to this coverage of your Red Dragon Championship here, your main event final table for Handed and Jordan. We are living the dream. What a ride it's been so far, my friend.
Well, Grant, I have to say, if you're doing that, I think it'd be rude if I didn't join in.
Absolutely, my friend.
Let's do it, my
join
friend.
the party, We're both gangsters here, so why hide it? Indeed. Good to have my partner in crime here, Sir Jordan Bromley, Australia's #1 commentator, now making waves over here on the Asian poker circuit. Yeah, get ready for this guy because he'll be sticking around. You're going to see his face, I'm sure, dotted across Asia very soon.
Oh, absolutely. You guys aren't going to be able to get rid of me. I'm never leaving. I'm like certain infections. I'm just going to be around. Not going to be going anywhere. Just like how Huang Shenfa hasn't been going anywhere, winning a massive pot earlier with the queens against the ace-queen of our 5th place finisher, Marcus Law. He has got all the chips, and he's certainly putting them to use. We're down to our final 4 players, 997 entered. And let's see who is going to be taking this one out. Action folding over to Zhang Shenshu. Started this one with 15 million off the back of jacks against 9s. What is she going to do here? King 7 offsuit. Oh, for a fact, the player in the big blind has fewer than 10 big blinds, so good luck, I believe, is going to be the request here.
Yeah, sounds about right, brother. I think effective stacks here. King X, we get to just open, stick it in. And Yunfeng, unfortunately, I don't think, even when we're this short, 8 deuce is ever going to be considered as a call here. So, yeah, we'll give him his camera time. We'll let him posture, we'll let him waste another 10 seconds of our only lives here. But it's okay, it is the final table. It's a big moment. We can't rush any decision. But finally, he does finally make the fold there.
And I know that we're in gangster mode with our sunnies on, but I do want to ask a theoretical question, Grant. What do you think you actually call off? You've got 2 big blinds invested and you've only got 5 behind. How wide are you going to be calling off blind big blind there?
Okay, so if we look at this spot in a vacuum, in theory, assuming that our opponent is playing GTO and assuming that we are the short stack at the table, I would say our calling range there, it's going to be pretty wide. I would imagine we start to call hands such as Jack 10 offsuit there when we've only got like 6 big blinds effective behind. I would imagine any King X good enough to call as well. And I think then we have the next question. What would you actually call in reality? I think it depends what you think of your opponent. And Zhang is definitely aggressive. Definitely pulling all the moves. Definitely a studied player as well. So we can expect her to be jamming very wide. So yeah, I do think Jack 10 offsuit and a hand like King 2 offsuit as well. Also making that calling range there.
On the topic of jamming wide, that is not what he ends up doing. Ace King in the middle. 7s is going to look him up. Potentially to get us 3-handed here. He Junji lost a big one before the break, and this could help him rebound ever so slightly, take himself up to around 20 big blinds. 10, 5, 6 is no help to the Ace King. King of clubs has some backdoor potential. What will the turn card bring? 8 of diamonds, no help. 1 of 6 outs on this river, an ace or a king, or it will be GG's for Sun Yunfeng. Queen is so close, but no cigar. And we must say GG to the gentleman finishing in 4th position, Sun Yunfeng. Going to take home 119 million Korean won for his efforts. GG's in the chat for you, sir.
Yeah, GG, sir. Valiant effort, 4th place, an amazing achievement. Of course, it's going to sting a little bit being so close to closing this one out. tournament poker, always brutal. They say that the second place is the first loser, and never feel fully satisfied unless you get that win. But yeah, I'm sure after a little bit of time, let the dust settle, he's going to feel pretty good about himself. Pretty nice payday and a fantastic run here. 4th place out of almost 1,000 runners. Zhang now, pocket fours. 400k is the big blind, so she's got 40 bigs to begin the hand. And we do indeed see.
I don't know how you do this. I'm struggling to see.
I like it. You know, it's like I'm in a bubble here. It's fantastic. We do see the min raise from Zhang, and Junji has got the woof here. So yeah, he comes with 3-bet bluff. Someone needs to go and tell Mr. Huang Fa there to keep the noise down, shuffling his chips. I can hardly hear myself think over here. Now Zhang.
I mean, with that many chips, what are you really going to say to the man?
Fair enough. I'm not saying he needs to listen, but we can at least try. And interesting to see the fours folding there. Definitely a hand we can be jamming. But again, very player dependent. All comes down to what you think of your opponent's range. As we saw, put the King 9 off in there as a raise fold. And it worked out magically.
Yes, the Kanina.
Indeed, the Kanina, the wolf. Doing powerful things there. Using it as a powerhouse bluff.
$9-8 for Huang Fa. Reaching for chips. Doesn't look like a call. In goes the raise. Stacking them up. 1.4 million. 1.3 million, sorry. Well, A7
Come on, Jordan. Get your numbers right, my friend. That's strike one.
I'm trying, alright. Okay. Trying my best. Looks like the call. No. In goes... Yeah, a call. Thought that was a 3-bet. Strike 2 in 10 seconds.
Low roll call there. Just testing you.
Let's see what this brings. Oh my goodness, 9-8-6. Open-ender for Zhang Shenshu, but really rough shape against the top 2 pairs of Huang Fa. 3 million out there.
Yeah, it's
like
pretty...
the tick is being done before the bet being made.
I'm seeing the equations flying through the air right now. E equals MC squared and all the rest of it. Shinhwa here, calculating this one. This is interesting, Jordan.
This could be a
because on this
pot. Wow.
Zhang has got the open ender and has the diamond, the ace of diamonds as well, for the backdoor flush draw.
And Hu Shenxi is loving this. If he sees these two go at it and somehow he finds the ladder. The A7. Wow, in goes the call, and all of a sudden 9.2 million chips in the middle.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense to me. Obviously a lot of good turn cards here. 10-5 being the obvious ones, but also an ace or a diamond here could lead to Zhang eventually winning the pot.
Jack of clubs on the turn, reaching for more fists of chips.
Tricky spot here. SPR 1.2. Hands like Queen 10 have improved and gotten there, but I just think at this SPR 8-9 here, just got to go for the jam, try and deny our opponent's equity, and if we're behind, fair enough, we're just going to pay Zhang the money. Still have chips behind if that's the case. So yeah, I think 8-9 here will perform pretty good as a jam.
He's counted out 6 million. That would leave Zhang with only 5 behind. What are we going to see here? Should these guys get the chips in, there's going to be a considerable amount, and he does jam. Wow. He rips it in. And with a bit of a chuckle and a lean back. Oh my goodness, he looks like he's just playing for fake money. This is absolutely insane from Huang Shengfa. I love it. Zhang Shenshu doesn't look like she's loving it very much. The fold is made. Huang Shengfa up to 30 million chips almost. Mountains and mountains of those yellow 100Ks going one direction.
Oh yeah, he's bossing and he's flossing and he's Rick Rossing right now. I tell you that for free.
Ace
Shengfa.
10 for Huang Shengfa. Are we going to see
When
him
it's
just
your
rip this?
time.
I love watching players like this work. When they get heaps of chips in a spot where they can put pressure and they just relentlessly keep firing. And eventually somebody just thinks, surely this time you don't have it. But we can see here, he keeps having it. As it looks like the 3-bet is going to go into 4.5 million. Zhang Shenshu being sneaky. Back over to Huang Shengfa. Ace 10. I wonder whether or not he has seen that Zhang Shenshu did peculiar sizings with hands like 5s. She's also mainly done it with Ace King. That doesn't do too well against Ace 10. Ace 10's in rough shape, should I say.
Yeah, this is a wild hand already here. He is going to elect to pass, but could have seen him come with the jam there. You know, he opened the button. So this small blind 3-bet could contain a lot of bluffs or a lot of worse hands compared to Ace 10. Potentially some medium pairs as well that we're flipping against. But still, Shengfa, with the commanding chip lead right now, doesn't need to do anything there. Elects to fold. He can keep Zhang as a middle stack. And now in future hands, he gets to keep putting the ICM hammer on top of Zhang. Because obviously Zhang here doesn't want to do anything stupid and bust before Junji here in 3rd place. So yeah, many better spots to be had here for the chip leader. So I have to say, Ace 10 pretty close, but I like the fold. But I do think 1 pip stronger, Ace Jack there, and we'll probably have to jam our hand.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there, Grant.
Ace Queen for sure. Not even thinking, my money is already in the middle, my car keys as well. And the rest of the hair that I've got left as well. I'll chuck that in on top. I'm fully committed. And actually, I did used to have a full head of hair like yourself, Jordan. Actually, I left the casino after bubbling the final table. I got my aces cracked, and extremely stressful situation when I stepped outside in the parking lot. It was extremely windy, and then the rest of my hair just blew off in the wind, falling out due to the
Really?
stress of this wonderful game.
It'll get you. Poker has that effect.
Oh, it will get you, my friend, but that is why it's all about perspective. And sure, there'll be stress arising from this wonderful game, but most importantly, it's about how you react to it. So if you can install coping mechanisms to anxiety and stressful situations, you can actually try and induce a positive response to it. And again, that's where neuro-linguistic programming, super powerful stuff. Go and research it. Many concepts out there that can help you to reprogram thoughts, perspectives, feelings.
Looks like a raise is going to come in from Zhang. Huang hasn't done anything too wild as of yet. Looks like he's not going to find a limp 3-bet. Takes up a 1.7 and just snaps it off. Wow.
Big sizing from Zhang. But I think after limping Queen 10, it's kind of too strong to fold. So yeah, he's going to see a flop here, unfortunately. Very dominated, but okay. Domination rotation now.
Certainly is. And that queen on the turn, even more dire for Zhang Shenshu.
I'm actually super surprised to see the action go check on flop. I thought Zhang, having all the equity, would have chosen to bet, but instead we'll get even more fireworks on the turn here. Queen rolling off, improving Shinhwa to 2-pair. Zhang here, top pair, open-ended, obviously going nowhere.
My goodness, a ridiculous size again, almost full pot.
Yeah, he's trying to set up that river jam. After Zhang calls here, SPR around about 0.8, 0.9. So it will be interesting to see what rolls off on the river. Obviously, if we're being super sick and greedy here, we'll ask for the Queen of Clubs.
No, that's just mean. That is just so mean. Wait, this is a raise. I'm going to snap all in is announced.
Yeah,
as
makes
Zhang
sense.
Has raised.
Zhang is under the impression after checking back the flop. Disguised the hand, way too high up in her range, and with top pair and blocking the nuts as well. She gets to just put the rest of it in. Now, of course, met with the jam of Shinhwa, it's a different story. Now from what she thought was definitely the best hand, raising for value, she's not even sure if she's good now. So it's just a question of working out your odds here and then thinking how many outs you've got. Potentially any 9 or ace is good. Potentially any queen as well will give you the best hand. But as we can see
Can't
here...
forget about those potential kings as well. While they may seem dirty, if your opponent has a hand like Queen 6 or Jack 6...
Yeah, as we can see here, she does have those additional outs. Therefore, does have 33% equity and easily getting the price to call off. Yep, she sticks the rest of it in here. Very important river card incoming. We might be heads up here in your main event.
Huang Shinhwa needing to fade a king, an ace, a 9. Or a jack. What will the river bring?
And just like that, we do indeed say GG to Mrs. Sang. Fantastic performance. Representing the ladies in poker. Wonderfully so. Played amazing. Great run. Bit of a sick cooler in that
GG's
last
to
hand.
her.
Yeah, but just like that, we do say GG's to Zhang. And ladies and gents, we'll take a short break, take some photos for this heads-up battle, and then you come right back and join us because we are now heads-up here in your Red Dragon main event. Myself, Grant Gardner, Jordan Bromley. Don't go anywhere. Come right back. Let's go.
给我干了，我只能干了。
Congratulations, we have our final table. The grand total of 997 entries. In the first place, will be taking home 360 million won. Congratulations, we have our final table.
All right, ladies and gents, let's do this. Myself, Grant Gardner, alongside the Aussie legend, Mr. Jordan Bromley. We're back now, and we are heads up here in your Red Dragon, your championship, your main event now.
We most certainly are. 2 players left. 997 began. These guys have locked themselves up 240 million Korean won. But that's not what they're thinking about at this point. 360 million neat for the champion today, along with that gigantic trophy you can see right in the middle of the table and the coveted champion's jacket. Heejun-ji, ace-9, started with 18 bigs. He was the chip leader when this final table began. Looks like he is going to put some chips in by way of a call.
Wow. We could have some action here. Top pair for Junji. Wow, very interesting. Let's see it quickly go check, check. Shinhwa, nut flush draw. Still playing this one cute here. Feels like the king high gives him enough showdown to keep checking. Now, of course, Junji trying to build a pot here. Shinhwa obviously won't be folding yet. I think with the king high, we just want to be calling here. Heart on the river would be lovely, but we can also be ahead right now of some potential draws that Junji is holding. And yeah, 9 of diamonds, not great. Backdoor everything getting there. Does actually improve Junji to 2 pair as well. So I'm sure he'll summon up a value bet here. Won't be too scared of that backdoor flush, given its heads up and ranges are wide. But yeah, I don't think Shinhwa can pay this one off now, given the current run out.
Yeah, king high is going to be good a lot in heads up, but not on this exact run out. Hand going to Junji, and he's going to need a lot more of those if he wants to build himself back up to this one. We can see that there is a stark difference in chips between these two. A little bit like Jamie Gold at the WSOP back in the day. Just mountains on mountains on mountains of stacks.
And yeah, we do have now this heads-up battle here. As you can see, the dragon sitting quietly between them. Very soon, one of these gents gonna have their hands wrapped around that trophy and lifting it, being crowned as your main event champion. So don't go anywhere. And if you are watching right now, let us know in the comments who you've got. Who do you think is going to close this one out and take down this Red Dragon Championship?
Raise from Huang Shengfa, 7-8 offsuit to 1.2 million. Hishun Shi, though, Queen Jack, going to put in the call.
Yeah, feels as though this hand here probably plays better as a call than jam. If you shove for 20 big blinds, it's hard to get called by much worse, but you can obviously just flat here and keep in much worse hands in your opponent's range. Just like 7-8 offsuit. The only issue with this is now you've got to play out of position. And of course, you're not playing against your opponent's hand. You're playing against their range. And depending on what story they tell, Queen Jack might end up being folded here, even though it is the best hand.
Yeah, and
I'm going to
Huang
keep sipping the
Shengfa has
latte
never
and
shied away from c-betting. You do that. He's never shied away from c-betting, and it looks like he's just going to jam. Wow, well, if that's the way this heads-up's going to be, it could either be a very quick double-up, or it could be over in a matter of moments.
Wow. Yeah, Mr. Shengfa has been flossing and boasting the whole final table. And as the chip stacks currently sit right now, he's in pole position to close this one out. Junji got to climb uphill here if he wants to grab that dragon.
He's going to try a limp with 5-4, see if it works out for him. King high for Huang Shengfa. Looks like we are going to see a flop. It's not a good one for 5-4 offsuit, though. Top and bottom in commanding lead. And those are chips you're not going to be getting back very easily, sir. 400k.
Yeah, check raise ends that hand. Obviously, if Shinhwa could have seen the cards Junji was holding, probably would have flatted there. But yeah, on that wet board, you've got 2 pair. Of course, you want to try and get as much money in as possible. And when it is heads up, I think your opponent won't give you as much credit as they normally would for having a hand on such a wet board. It's very likely Shinhwa could have been doing that with a draw. So no reason to not fast play that one. But yeah, of course, 5 high. Not looking to call, however, Shinhwa now got a monster.
Yeah, he slides in a raise. Oh, wow, all in a call. Shinhwa with an opportunity to win it right now.
This could be it, Jordan. If the jacking off here can't get there, the ace queen, if it can hold, we're going to have ourselves a main event champion. Here we go. Everyone's sweating this flop massively. Wow, great flop here for Junji. Nice and clean so far for Junji. An ace from space now, 3 outs. Could secure the title, but no. Still, we remain heads up here, Jordan. One of my favourite hands, jacking off, proving to be strong once again.
No, jacking off with a very firm grasp, managing to win that pot. And it's not over just yet. Up to around 12.8 million. Man on screen is going to be a little bit happy. As no, looks like more than that. Looks like around 16. Or maybe I just have that wrong again. Maybe it is around 12.8. I don't know. We'll figure it out together.
Highly doubt that you've got anything wrong, sir, you know. You're a man of... You're a fountain of knowledge. It's been a pleasure to have you along by my side, of course, carrying the team. And after that double up for Mr. Genji, of course, he's well and truly back in it now. And I have to say here, if I'm being completely honest, from what I've seen so far at this final table, Junji was definitely one of the stronger players. So now he's got chips to work with. It's not inconceivable to see him come back and win this one.
Yeah, definitely agree with you there.
Jordan, what do you think about this raise? Forking on the button.
Oh,
I think it's pretty standard, to be honest. I'll be raising any King X, and forking is definitely in that range as well. Still got the best hand now.
It's the best time for that. You can't be forking 3 or 4 or 5 handed. It becomes a bit embarrassing. Queen on the turn.
Yeah. Of course, heads up though, more than acceptable. You know, go for it. 100% frequency. And we are going to see the float on the flop there not get backed up with any plan or bluff. So yeah, king high. Probably surprised to check back and win that one, but still, Junji happy to take it as he advances now a little bit closer again to Shinhwa. Just over a 2-1 deficit now for Junji.
That's Huang Shinhwa really loving those chips. Musical instrument you can purchase from a store near you. King 10.
Has he stopped? I stopped, okay.
He stopped, it's okay. King 10, 35 million. King 8. So we see the race at 1.7. Going to put in the call.
Yeah, some big sizings here.
Neither player making a pair, though. Ace, Queen, 5, Rainbow. Huang Shengfa with a gut shot. A commanding hold on this hand for now.
Yeah, with that little pickup there from Shengfa. Almost back to 3-1 advantage. And I have to say, the more I think about that spot there, with the King 8 offsuit, perhaps we just want to put that into a 3-bet range. I do know that this hand, of course, more than good enough to defend. It's a strong enough King heads up. But when your opponent 4.25x's it, there's now so much more dead money out there. You're also getting way worse of a price to defend and play out of position. And King 8 offsuit, it's not like it flops amazingly well. So perhaps there could have been a nicely timed 3-bet bluff. I'm not saying it would have got the King 10 to fold, however. Perhaps he ends up losing more chips by doing so. But yeah, something to think about there. Very big sizing, and then you have to ask yourself, would your opponent be doing this with pocket aces? Who knows, though, with Shenfa, you know, perhaps he is completely balanced or unbalanced, so to speak, in that regard.
So we have a raise to $1 million from the Ace 5. King Deuce offsuit for 30 bigs. Going to put in the call. Couple jacks and a 7. 2 hearts out there. Huang the only one with a heart. Ace high very comfortably in the lead though for now. Looks like check, check. Well, more of the same. Deuce on the turn. Giving Huang the best hand. It's not him that's doing the betting though. 800k going in from Shunxi. 3 pairs the bottom card. I don't think Huang is going to be going anywhere. Let's another look at the King Deuce. Puts in the call. What will the river bring? 3 of clubs. Changing nothing, and I think the ace high is probably going to be pretty happy to show down. And he does, and he's going to see the bad news.
And Mr. Shengfa had a smile on his face for pretty much the whole of this final table. It's been very pleasant, I have to say, to be commentating on this gentleman. Not exactly the most conventional or GTO approved player, but that doesn't matter. He's been bossing it, had his own style, and he's been very entertaining to watch here on this feature table. Now he sits here as the overwhelming chip leader heads up just inches away from being able to claim that Dragon Trophy as his own. And of course, guys and girls, don't forget, after this one finishes up, these guys will be, of course, taking some time to put the winner in the spotlight, taking some champion photos, but then making way for our Prestige Super High Roller. Myself and Jordan will be streaming that one for you guys here, same place, so don't go anywhere after this main event has rounded off.
Yeah, we won't be going anywhere. Suits are staying on. We're going to keep chatting our way throughout the evening. So we see the ace-10-9 flop. Maybe a bit of reprise here for He-Shun-Shi, but I say that and the 7 of hearts hits the turn. Open-ender for Huang Shengfa. His hand not yet over. Looks like a pretty sizable bet. 1 million.
Yeah, and I really like this sizing here. Going polarized, pretty sure he's got the best hand now after the action's gone check, check twice. And, wow, Huang there.
The open ender not peeling.
Yeah, could have potentially made a move. Could have even check raised there. But given the big sizing, just decided to bow out.
Huang once more with a raise. 1.7 again, and he waking up with a hand that he is going to comfortably request a triangle with. In it goes. Huang eyeing this one up and down. Don't think you're going to want to call this one off. And he does let it go. Somebody's doing some whistling.
Yeah, it's definitely not me, but I can also hear that as well. So one of the production team there behind the scenes having a cheeky whistle. You want to wind your neck in and get back to work, my friend. Eyes on the prize here. We're heads up in this main event, you know, should be focused and dialed in. This isn't a time to even be going to take a refreshment break. As I do know inside this landing casino, coffee and soft drink vending machines, pretty elite. It's not
really?
the time. Absolutely, my friend. Every 20 or 30 minutes, I'll be making my way over there. Cheeky little top up. Gotta get that rate back.
Yeah, espresso orange juice.
Unfortunately, no fresh orange juice in the building. Of course, have to pay for that one.
Disaster.
And the value hunter that I am, absolutely no chance. No money coming out of my pocket. Shengfa still sitting on top. Oh yes, massive, massive. You know what? And it's 3-1 chip lead here now. You know, things are looking in the direction of Shengfa right now, but I haven't lost hope on Junji. Still got a trick or two up his sleeve.
Ace 4. Just a limp. Ooh, pocket queens. This could be a gigantic opportunity for Junji to get this back even.
Yeah, I think depending now on the size of the raise and the plan that Shengfa had in mind. Yeah, he's done it. He's limp jammed. And Junji has snapped here, Jordan.
All in and a snap call ace-4 offsuit against the pocket queens, and He Shunji with the chance to get back into the lead, actually. This is a massive moment in this tournament.
First up in the heads-up
The
battle,
cards are on their
has a chance
backs.
to regain the chip lead. But if we can see an ace in space here, we are going to have ourselves a champion in your main event. Oh my goodness. We face Green Jordan, the queen's in dire position now.
哎呀，还有发，全家不好意思，小姐姐。
Barring a queen on the river, we will have a champion. And congratulations must be issued here to Huang Shenfa, our champion of the Red Dragon Championship.
Absolutely, scenes here. Celebrations going off the chain. Sweet as well. Having a lead performance. Amazing along with it as well. Very entertaining stuff. 4 days of play, almost 1,000 runners, but finally, ladies and gents, we now have your champion here in your Red Dragon Championship, your main event, Mr. Shinhwa. What a performance, Jordan. What a ride it's been.
Oh, an absolutely insane result for him. He played this final table like an absolute beast. I can't say anything other than that. As soon as he got the chip lead, there was no turning back. And congratulations once more to him on an absolutely incredible result.
Yeah, hats off to you, sir. Valiant performance. Enjoy this moment of glory now with your ceremony, with your trophy, the champion's photo, that special moment where you get to push the chips down as well, throw the cards. I've always wanted this moment, but I'm too much of a fish to have made it there yet. But maybe one day, who knows? But Mr. Shinhwa, enjoy your moment as we see the legend, Mr. Chris Labrojo, coming on screen right now to position everything around for our champion. All right, Jordan, it's been an absolute pleasure, brother. Now we'll go and rest and recharge, and we'll be back very soon for this coverage of the Super High Roller.
Thanks for tuning in, guys. We will see you very, very shortly. More poker action around the corner.